Committee shall come to order. We are meeting today to consider 5 pieces of legislation. All have been properly noticed and circulated electronically, along with copies of timely filed amendments, and will be available on the committee repository at docs.house.gov. Late amendments are circulated electronically as well. Pursuant to committee rules, members of the committee may submit written opening statements for the record. I ask that the members may revise and extend their remarks on the bills to be considered at this markup and have those remarks included in the record. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the chair may also declare a recess subject to the call of the chair. Pursuant to Committee Rule 3I and House Rule 11, Clause 2, I announce that I may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment on which a recorded vote has been ordered. Documents, amendments, or motions must be submitted by email from a House email address. Please note that members are responsible for their own microphones, and members can be muted only to avoid inadvertent background noise. I strongly recommend that the members joining remotely use the grid view and lock the timer to a location so it remains visible. Any member experiencing technical problems should inform the committee staff immediately. Before we begin, I would like to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Westerman, for his opening comments. Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, Republicans have always, or ever for months, we have called on this committee to act quickly and decisively to address the pressing issues facing Americans. Issues like sky-high energy prices, a supply chain crisis, and rampant inflation. We could be taking up legislation to address these issues and make life better for the people of Puerto Rico and for all Americans. Unfortunately, here we are again, taking up legislation that fails to recognize the immediacy of the crises facing us and the people we represent. I saw a poll this week that said that it was an unbelievable poll that 95% of Americans are concerned about rising energy and rising food prices. And there's no doubt that for the residents of Puerto Rico, their long-term political status is important. I want to acknowledge the resident commissioner, Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, for being a fierce advocate for the people of Puerto Rico and for always working hard to keep Puerto Rico front of mind for every member of Congress. As I have always said, I stand ready to work with her to address Puerto Rico's political status in a manner that places the island on a stable footing, ensures its financial stability, repairs aging infrastructure, provides affordable and reliable energy to its people, and sets the island on a solid and prosperous path. Unfortunately, the Democrat majority has hijacked this important issue to advance their own political agendas. If the committee's majority was serious about addressing such a complex issue as the political future of Puerto Rico, an island with a population of more than 3 million Americans, they would not have sprung this bill on us with less than a week's notice. Let me say that again, less than a week's notice to consider a bill of this magnitude. The bill implicates such complex issues as U.S. citizenship and immigration. It not only talks about immigration policy, but it involves taxation, trade and foreign policy, healthcare and entitlement programs, just to name a few. These topics span a wide range of congressional committees, and it's foolish for us to assume we can handle everything here without even approaching other issue area experts to help us navigate such perilous waters. The majority's decision to sail this bill forward without so much as a hearing deprives all the members of this committee and the residents of Puerto Rico the opportunity to examine the real-world impacts of the legislation and make an informed decision about whether this bill truly meets the needs of the people of Puerto Rico. We've only had less than a week to look at this language, but I can tell you after looking at it, my colleagues and I welcome the opportunity to debate and offer amendments to address the many shortcomings of the legislation and expose how it fails the people of Puerto Rico and of the United States as a whole. In short, this legislation suffers from bad process and bad policy. While the Democrat majority will tell you this bill is a lifeboat for the future of Puerto Rico, its many flaws threaten to leave this legislation shipwrecked. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. At this point, I will call up for consideration H.R. 8393, offered by myself. And without objection, this bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I now recognize myself to speak to the legislation. Today, members of the Natural Resources Committee have an opportunity to advance legislation, H.R. 8393, the Puerto Rico Status Act, to resolve Puerto Rico's territory status and foster political, social, and economic justice for more than 3 million U.S. citizens on the island. The Status Act represents an offer from Congress to the people of Puerto Rico to make an informed choice on their political future by participating in a federally sponsored plebiscite. This bill details the transition to and implementation of Puerto Rico's non-territory status, options such as statehood, independence, and sovereignty in free association with the United States will be there for voters in Puerto Rico to choose. For the first time, the House would be recognizing that Puerto Rico's territory status limits the island's development and that the status quo cannot continue. And importantly, unlike past plebiscites, the Puerto Rico Status Act would honor the will of the majority of the voters of Puerto Rico and would implement the choice that they make. This legislation is a product of an extensive and deliberate negotiations. A negotiation process between the main sponsors of H.R. 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admissions Act, led by Representatives Soto and Gonzalez Colon, and many others, and H.R. 2070, the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act, led by Representatives Velazquez and Ocasio-Cortez, and many others. Last year, the Natural Resources Committee held 2 legislative hearings where Puerto Rican elected government officials, legal and human rights experts, and residents offered testimony and feedback to the committee on the details of those bills and the critical limitations of Puerto Rico's territory status. Members and staff also met individually with numerous advocacy groups and other stakeholders to discuss their proposals and suggestions. The Puerto Rico Status Act combines important elements of H.R. 1522 and H.R. 2070 in a compromise that also incorporates input from the voices across Puerto Rico, and the status debate. We believe that this discussion of those 2 pieces of legislation as the basis for negotiations and for the legislation that we see before us, we believe that that's supported by a majority of the members in Congress. After several months of very sensitive and delicate negotiations among the main sponsors, the committee released a discussion draft text to the Puerto Rico Status Act. We did that earlier this year. Members then traveled to Puerto Rico to gather input on the draft legislation directly from the residents. During this visit, members and staff met with leaders of Puerto Rico's several political parties and hosted a public forum that was attended by more than 400 members of the general public, of which over 100 shared comments and suggestions on the text with the delegation. In addition to these in-person opportunities for public input, the committee published the draft text on Popbox, an online submission tool that the public used to submit more than 100 comments, all of which were reviewed and considered while developing the bill's final language. The Puerto Rico Status Act is a product of a participatory and informed process. It incorporates expertise and knowledge from a wide range of stakeholders who have grappled with the dilemma of Puerto Rico's second-class political status for decades. I'm extremely grateful to all the political and community leaders, residents, and staff who contributed to the bill. I also want to thank House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, the Governor of Puerto Rico, and Representatives Velasquez, Soto, Gonzalez Colon, Ocasio-Cortez for their leadership and commitment to work through a process. Finding a resolution to Puerto Rico's political status has been one of the top priorities as chairman of this committee. It was crucial to me that any proposal from Congress would have to include the decolonization of Puerto Rico, and the proposal to decolonize be an informed process and informed participation by the people in Puerto Rico. Congress and the citizens of Puerto Rico have for decades have had numerous attempts to deal with the resolution of the current political status. Most, all, if not all, ending in failure, non-results, extended delays, and the status quo remains. I say that because we have an opportunity here to deal with a colonial legacy, a legacy that is that vestige should not be part of the governance of this nation of ours, and that the U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico deserve to have the same democratic principles that we believe in and swear to, be allowed to have their voice, their will, their vote, have the principal influence on what their future is. I have a preference. Others have preferences in terms of the two pieces of legislation. But in my visits to Puerto Rico with members, I came very quickly to, I hope, understand that my preference does not reflect the will and the ability that Puerto Rico should have to self-determine what that future is going to be for them and the generations that come. And maybe my preference would not prevail in a plebiscite. But what would prevail is in a democratic free election that is above board, clean, that the people of Puerto Rico will make a decision, and that decision will be binding. I think that's important, enough to say that if my preference loses, that doesn't mean Puerto Rico lost. It means that they made a decision. And I might not agree with it, but they began the process of breaking the colonial relationship that this country has with Puerto Rico. And I think that's an important step. It's historic, and that's why I support it and thank my colleagues in the committee for their work on it. This legislation is not perfect. It doesn't declare a winner. But the only loser is the current status, a status that we should all be unanimous in ending. And if there was any commonality on all the positions about the future status of Puerto Rico, one common unifying ground, it has been that the current status has to end. So I urge my colleagues to join us in supporting this legislation and ending a vestige of colonialism that I think this country shouldn't be proud of. And with that, I yield back. And does anyone seek to be recognized on the legislation?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as you talk about winning and losing scenarios, I believe this legislation in its current form creates a losing scenario for Puerto Rico and the rest of the United States. And introduced less than a week ago, H.R. 8393, the Puerto Rico Status Act, would authorize a federally sponsored plebiscite to occur on November 5th, 2023, for the voters of Puerto Rico to choose from three status options: independence, sovereignty and free association, or statehood. Titles 1 through 3 of the bill establish the process by which status transition would occur. If no one option receives a majority vote, this bill would authorize a runoff on March 3rd, 2024. As I shared in my opening statement, I cannot support this measure because of a wide amount of and wide-ranging process concerns and policy implications that need a robust and thorough investigation. These issues also involve the jurisdiction of several other House committees. The implications of this bill have not been fully studied. The Committee of Jurisdiction, with the expertise to craft legislation impacting complex issues of U.S. citizenship, taxation and entitlement programs, foreign policy, and many more, have not yet had the opportunity to provide input on the many matters contemplated within the legislation. The question of Puerto Rico's political status is a life-altering decision for the people of Puerto Rico. Just as we would expect the people of Puerto Rico to deliberate its questions, understand its consequences, and accept responsibility for the choice, so should this committee. The issues raised by this legislation are far too important for this committee to act without proper deliberation. This bill contradicts itself, offering Puerto Rico the promise of independence while prescribing actions that should be taken by the sovereign nation. It promises trappings of U.S. citizenship without the responsibilities of being a part of the United States. It is unfortunate that we're holding a markup of this legislation less than 1 week after it was introduced, instead of holding open, transparent hearings so that our members and the people of Puerto Rico, more than 3 million U.S. citizens, can fully assess what this bill proposes and what it means for them and for future generations. If this majority were interested in placing Puerto Rico on a stable footing into the future, we would be here advancing legislation to address the reliability of the island's energy grid, ensure its fiscal solvency, repair its infrastructure, or tackle any of the other tangible needs of the people of Puerto Rico. We should be treating these U.S. citizens with respect and letting a full and robust process take place to address the status question and its many implications for the people of Puerto Rico and for all Americans. Since we are not having a hearing, I look forward to discussing the shortcomings of the legislation during the amendment debate. I yield back.
Just for the record, Committee on Natural Resources has sole jurisdiction on this question, and we checked with the other committee chairs that have been referenced, and they concur with that. So I just want to make sure that the record is that this is not a bifurcated decision. The other chairs concurred, and this is where the decision is. And so it might be uncomfortable, but that's where it is.
Mr. Chairman?
Let me recognize gentlelady. Anyone, Ms. Velasquez, you asked to be recognized, or?
I would like to make an opening statement.
Please do.
At the appropriate time.
Okay. Anyone wish to be recognized?
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman?
Gonzalez Colon, thank you. Well, it's not opening statements, we're speaking to the legislation.
Yeah.
Just go, opening statement, it's fine.
Thank you, thank you.
And then I'll recognize Ms. Colon.
Mr. Chairman, to you and the ranking member for holding this markup today. Puerto Rico is a colony of the United States. Over 100 years ago, the U.S. invaded Puerto Rico, and ever since, the issue of Puerto Rico's political status has loomed large. We're here today because we have a moral obligation to decolonize Puerto Rico. This is a human rights issue because the current status is unsustainable and unfair. After 9 months of negotiations, today we are marking up a historical piece of legislation. Never in my 30 years in Congress have we been able to come to the table to find consensus on Puerto Rico's status. The negotiations have been extremely difficult, around the clock, and emotional. However, what kept me focused during this process was the desire to bridge our differences, so once and for all, Puerto Ricans could have a clear and transparent process on the status question. For too long, plebiscites in Puerto Rico have been tipped towards only one option. Instead, H.R. 8393, the Puerto Rico Status Act, for the first time, clearly defines Puerto Rico's non-territorial status options, statehood, independence, and free association. Under this bill, Puerto Ricans will be able to vote on these options in a binding plebiscite. More importantly, this is the first time Congress recognizes free association as a choice. We also included important provisions on the right to U.S. citizenship for both the independence and free association options. I fought hard on this because Congress has the moral obligation to give Puerto Rico the tools to stand on its own feet should the people choose to do so. Our legislation also provides for an objective and nonpartisan voter education campaign leading up to the vote. The voters in Puerto Rico have the right to know, understand, and vote upon the terms and conditions for each of the status options. I want to underscore that this bill incorporates substantial feedback from our recent congressional visit to Puerto Rico. From the very beginning, I was very clear with all the parties at the table that we needed to listen to Puerto Ricans and pay close attention to their feedback. There cannot be a true decolonization process without the voices of Puerto Ricans being front and center. After all, it will be up to them to choose the decolonization option that they deem best. I trust that after this bill follows its legislative course, it will be Puerto Ricans who will be empowered to make their own decisions. Congress must recognize that this bill is one of many steps of righting the wrongs of the pain and suffering we have inflicted upon the island for more than 120 years. How could we go and preach democracy? How could we provide resources for other countries that have been invaded, and we cannot do the very least of defining once and of resolving once and for all the political limbo that Puerto Ricans have been living in for 122 years. My uncle, who went to Korea and fight for the freedoms of this country, deserved that. I would like to thank Chairman Grijalva for his commitment and work on this bill. My sincere appreciation goes to the members on and off our committee who have been instrumental in this process. But my special thanks goes to Commissioner Gonzalez Colon for coming to the table and holding one-on-one meetings that were extremely difficult but fruitful. It took 2 Puerto Rican women to come to the table. I am proud we have found a path forward, and I ask the committee members to vote yes on this bill. Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Gonzalez Colon.
thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this hearing today. These markups represent a step forward in Congress to assume the responsibility towards Puerto Rico. Over years, this committee has conducted countless hearings on the issue of Puerto Rico's status with the United States, as well as on the island's unequal treatment under federal laws and programs resulting from this relationship. The territorial Commonwealth status is the main reason why Puerto Rico still faces social, fiscal, and economic challenges. This bill reflects the compromise that Ms. Velázquez and I have reached to find common ground and set forward a self-determination process that will lead to the resolution of Puerto Rico status question once and for all. And I want to say thank you, Nydia. It was not easy. It was extremely difficult, but at the end of the way, we managed to solve the issue of Puerto Rican desire, finalizing our status relationship in a colonial way. And with this compromise, I need to assure that neither of us got everything we wanted. Neither of us. And I know in my case, I will very much rather be voting H.R. 1522, asking for statehood. But with Mr. Soto, but this compromise bill that Ms. Velasquez and I and the rest of the members who work in this deal it's a compromise that will eventually achieve resolving Puerto Rico's status, and that's the main reason of this bill. Therefore, although I may in principle understand the reasoning behind some of the concerns and arguments that may be raised today, I will uphold my commitment to the agreement we have crafted over the course of several months and hard negotiations, and vote against any amendment that may be proposed. I would like to thank my friend Representative Soto for always standing for us in Puerto Rico's decolonization process. Thank you, the Majority Leader, as well, for leading this way and managing these two ladies in this negotiation process. But I will also need to say that I miss more than ever my good friend, the late Representative Don Young. Don Young, who lived through and understood the inequities under the territorial status and the opportunities that statehood brought to Alaska. And that's why he became the biggest champion for Puerto Rico's statehood and for the need to resolve the political status on the island. Even in 1998, as chairman of this committee, he held multiple hearings on the island, sponsored and successfully secured passage in the House of legislation to achieve just that. And we are now walking in his steps. Through this bill, and for the first time ever, Congress will be authorizing a federal sanctioned binding plebiscite among the truly constitutionally viable non-territorial status options: statehood, independence, and free association. This bill empowers the people of Puerto Rico to vote in a democratic, transparent process on their future. It would allow them to know exactly the consequences of the choices that are before them through a nonpartisan, well-defined voter education campaign and what Congress is willing to offer. This bill established a mechanism to implement the choice that reflects the will of the people of Puerto Rico. We have been debating our political relationship with the United States for more than 124 years. And this bill gives us a final resolution. Remaining in a subordinate and inferior condition for political or financial convenience is not a valid option. By votes over the past decade, the status quo has been repeatedly rejected. Congress must commit to real action and to end the territorial condition of Puerto Rico. This is a matter of making good the promise of our founding fathers that made in the preamble of our Constitution in forming a more perfect union and the equal rights the people of Puerto Rico deserve, whom for the past 105 years have been proud American citizens, with thousands paying the ultimate sacrifice to ensure our liberties and freedoms, all while being denied equal participation in federal decision-making process. Over the past decade, we have held 3 local plebiscites in which a clear majority of the voters have chosen statehood each time. I am confident that with this enactment of this legislation, voters will ratify their desire to join the Union. However, for those who believe Puerto Rico should become a sovereign nation, this bill will give them that option as well. And that's the difference between this bill and many others in the past. We have to make difficult choices and concessions to get here. But I am convinced that this legislation represents a serious and historic effort to decolonize Puerto Rico. It's not a perfect bill. I think no legislation that we pass in the House is. I am representing here the people of Puerto Rico who elected me to solve this issue and who want to end over 100 years of inequality and second-class citizenship. Ironically, it will be also my only opportunity to vote on this matter, because as a territorial delegate, this will prevent me from voting on final passage on this bill or any other bill impacting Puerto Rico in the House floor. So for that reason, I truly believe this is the path forward. I want to thank everybody who were involved in these negotiations, and as Puerto Rico's sole representative in Congress, I respectfully ask for your support and your vote, and to respect the will and the people of Puerto Rico. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Let me ask for unanimous consent for Leader Hoyer to address the committee, and if there's no objection, Leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee, for allowing me this privilege of addressing you, which I know is unusual as a non-member of this committee. And I thank Mr. Westerman for his agreement, yes. Right. Well, I also thank him for some other things that hopefully he and I are going to be working on together. I went to Puerto Rico in 1976. I was president of the Maryland Senate at that point in time. There was a NCSL meeting, National Conference of State Legislators, of which, of course, Puerto Rico was a member. And it first occurred to me at that point in time, in 1976, that Puerto Rico was, for all intents and purposes, treated as a partner, but in so many real ways was not a partner, and certainly not an equal partner. In 1986, I had come to the Congress of the United States and first expressed my support for statehood. But also, as I think all of us would agree, that is not our decision. It is the decision of the people of Puerto Rico, whether or not they want to be a citizen of the United States or part of the United States, or they want to be an independent nation. As a principle, America supports strongly across the world self-determination. We support in almost every region of the world the opportunity of peoples who are in a region or in a state to make a determination as to whether or not they want to be aligned with others or whether they want to be independent entities. That's a principle of our government and of our foreign policy and of our human rights perspectives. I want to congratulate Nydia Velasquez, Jennifer Colon, for their very, very tough work. I also want to congratulate Darren Soto. And I want to say, Mr. Chairman, the governor of Puerto Rico, elected by all the people of Puerto Rico, is for this bill. I don't know whether he submitted a statement, but I know I've talked to him yesterday. He's very strongly for this bill. This bill may not be a perfect bill because the interests are very varied and the concerns are varied. And as Ms. Gonzalez-Colon and Ms. Velasquez has indicated, it was tough to get there. But we are here. And I would hope that we could give to the people of Puerto Rico the opportunity to express their view in a democratic way. That's what this bill does. There are a lot of nuances, there are a lot of this, that, and the others, but at the heart of this bill is the ability to give to the citizens of Puerto Rico, who also are citizens of the United States, the right to determine their own future. That's what this is about. And I know there'll be amendments about this, that, and the other. I will tell you that, and I appreciate the position that has been expressed by the representative of Puerto Rico, that if we start amending this bill, we'll do what's happened now for decades, a century. We will end up nowhere. We will end up being a colonialist power. One of the things I say around the world is that no country in the world has had so much hegemony of power as the United States of America and used it so non-acquisitively. Almost every other great power throughout the centuries has acquired colonies, has accreted to themselves the natural resources of those colonies, the enterprise of those colonies, the economic positive aspects of those colonies. America has not done that. In fact, what we've done is those countries that have been our opponents, we have built up over the years and made them part of the free world and our allies. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I thank the members of this committee for proceeding on this, and I thank you in particular, Mr. Chairman, for your working with all of the players to try to get to a place where everybody has been treated fairly. And I would hope very sincerely that this committee would take a historical step of moving this forward so that we can put it on the floor of the House of Representatives, and so the House of Representatives can give, not make a decision itself, but give to the people of Puerto Rico the option of making a democratic choice of their own status. That's what America's about. And that's what, frankly, we've done with so many territories in our own country who have become states. And that's what I think we ought to give to Puerto Rico. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hoyer, and now let me recognize Mr. McClintock. Recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly respect Mr. Hoyer, but when he says that statehood's not a question for the American people to decide, he is fundamentally wrong. It is the most basic question that we can answer as a people. What shall comprise our country? And this bill is wrong in so many ways. I don't believe it's in the interests of the people of Puerto Rico or in the interests of the whole country. Let's begin with the fact that this provides us with a rigged election. The options don't include the most obvious option, that is to remain as a Commonwealth. If none of the three options that are listed on the ballot gets a majority, there's a runoff. And even if the option that was dropped was the clear second choice of voters, they don't get that option either. And I think that it is most likely to see a narrow transient majority, since the last plebiscite in November 2020 scored just 52.5% in favor of statehood, 47.5% opposed, with just a 53% turnout. Secondly, this dismantles the Financial Oversight Board, and it transfers all of its assets to the Puerto Rican government, regardless of the outcome of the vote. Now, I oppose PROMESA, and I still do, but disbanding it and transferring the assets that the American taxpayers were promised would be administered by the board is a cynical, broken PROMESA. There's not even a CBO estimate of the cost to American taxpayers of admitting a chronically mismanaged and utterly bankrupt state government. The economy of Puerto Rico is expected to underperform the national economy, which is itself a disaster these days. For American taxpayers, it would mean a new state that has the lowest per capita income in the country, the highest debt per capita in the country. Its labor participation rate is 40%. That's compared to 62% nationally. 43% of the population lives below the poverty line, and its academic performance would be the worst in the nation. Under this bill, the independence option would include the requirement, if it passed, for the United States to continue financially supporting Puerto Rico for another 20 years with no say in how those funds are to be spent. Statehood would mean that in the next reapportionment, other states will lose a total of 4 seats in the House to accommodate the Puerto Rican delegation. I think we should also consider the question of language. Although the official language of Puerto Rico is both Spanish and English, only about 20% of the population is fluent in our national language, meaning we'd be admitting a state whose vast majority is isolated from the national political debate that is central to our democracy. To those who believe that statehood would solve Puerto Rico's financial problems, consider the fact that it would mean residents would be paying all federal income taxes from which they're currently exempt. The GAO estimates that that amounts to obviously a staggering tax increase, and the GAO estimates that it would cost Puerto Rico 70% of its remaining manufacturing base. But worst of all, I believe this is a blanket abrogation of the responsibility of Congress to make these decisions in the best interests of the United States. Whichever of the 3 options is chosen would be automatically enacted without any debate or decision by the Congress. This literally hands the constitutional authority reserved for the welfare of the entire nation to the hands of what would likely be a narrow and transitory majority in Puerto Rico. The only debate in Congress would be the debate that we're having this week, when the nation's oblivious to the legislation or any of its implications. Our constituents are going to awaken one morning the realization of a fait accompli that was quickly considered in a single week with no opportunity for national debate on the implications of admitting a new and completely bankrupt state government. I yield back.
Mr. Soto, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's the day. After 120 years, our fellow Puerto Ricans back on the island who pledge allegiance to our flag, pay certain federal taxes already, and have served in our military all that time, dying for our country, for our freedom, for a country where they can't even vote for the President of the United States, their commander-in-chief, from the famed Buccaneers that we, in such a bipartisan manner, helped honor up until today. Even in my trips abroad to places like Afghanistan and Iraq, when we were at war there, I saw the Puerto Rican flag and units from the island serving. It is a strange feeling to see Puerto Ricans in the middle of the desert, and you think, what are they doing there? They're there to defend our freedom and serve our country as our families have done for 120 years. So we came together. Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon, Nydia Velasquez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Richie Torres, and Governor Pierluisi and I. Something that many people thought was impossible, but we had to, we must, and I want to thank Leader Hoyer for all the work you did to help get us together. We had 2 lengthy hearings on this issue. They went hours and hours and hours. They were, in fact, the most heard and litigated issues I have seen in this term. And in fact, many of the members who are complaining didn't even participate in those hearings. I also want to talk about the bipartisan nature of this. You know, this has been both in the Democratic and the Republican platform for many, many years, up until recently, sadly, in the Republican platform. And the island is represented by a Republican, your colleague. This is her biggest bill. This is the most important bill for her and I and for so many others. I hope that you'll consider that. Republicans did participate in the negotiations. Jennifer Gonzalez-Colon was point on them, and I helped her and the rest. And what does this mean for the people of Puerto Rico, my family's native island? It means a binding election, a clear pathway to statehood, as well as other options like independence, and independence with free association. And a majority wins. If none reach a majority, then it'll go to a runoff. If it's statehood that the people of Puerto Rico choose, it'll be a 1-year transition. Full benefits and privileges of citizenship, 2 senators and 4 U.S. representatives. If the people of Puerto Rico choose independence, there'll be a sovereign nation, separate and independent from the United States. There'll be a 2.5-year transition period. There'll be ending of citizenship for new folks after that period of time and of U.S. benefits, but all the money paid in will go, whether it's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and others, will go to Puerto Rico for them to establish these programs. Then there's independence with free association, a 2-year transition. Puerto Rico would be separate from the United States. However, they would be able to establish a compact, a contract with a relationship established by that contract between the United States and Puerto Rico. Those born on the island during that compact would continue to get citizenship. And we've done these compacts before, Micronesia, Marshall Islands, Palau. This is well established in federal jurisprudence. Those have gone 15 to 16 years. It could go 25 years. It's up to the subject of the negotiations between the United States and Puerto Rico, the length of that, and that's something we did by design to make sure that the sovereign nation of Puerto Rico in this instance and the United States could debate this and come up with a solution on the compact. So let's come together. This is already a bipartisan bill. Let's pass this out of committee, then out of the House with the leader's help, and on to the Senate. The president's already committed to signing this bill into law, and finally, we could come together to give true freedom and democracy to the folks of Puerto Rico who have fought alongside us for 120 years for our freedoms here in the United States. And Chairman, I thank you for your leadership to bring us together, and I yield back.
Any other colleague wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman,
Huh? Where?
it's a hand from Massachusetts.
Oh, please. You're recognized. I didn't see.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to
Thank
start
you.
by thank you. But I'd like to start by thanking you, Representatives Velasquez, Soto, Gonzalez Colon, and Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Leader Hoyer, for your leadership on this issue. The Puerto Rico Status Act reflects years, truly years, of negotiations to resolve Puerto Rico's political status. I strongly believe that Puerto Ricans, and only Puerto Ricans, should determine their own status and chart a future for themselves. That's why I support this legislation. It offers Puerto Ricans 3 options for how to move forward: statehood, independence, and free association. To achieve this, the bill provides an objective, nonpartisan, federally funded voter education campaign to ensure that Puerto Ricans fully understand the 3 options on the ballot. Additionally, the bill spells out in detail the transition process for each of the 3 potential choices Puerto Ricans may take. It's critically necessary that we move forward on this issue. Now, no compromise is perfect, but the fact that we came together to reach this consensus demonstrates the imperative to move forward. In the end, this bill hands the keys back to the people of Puerto Rico who have lived under colonial control for over half a millennium. If passed, this bill provides Puerto Ricans with the sovereignty and self-determination that is essential for all. So I urge my colleagues to support this historic bipartisan legislation, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and the gentlelady yields. Anyone else? Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to contain my remarks until later on when we began the amendment process, but as I just heard the majority leader speak that we shouldn't even have that deliberative process, I was concerned that the chair may cut it short before we've had an ample time to have this discussion. And I'm gravely concerned about these proceedings and if they're going to be done in a fair fashion. I don't think it's productive to begin the first step towards independence and self-determination with the United States curing or forgiving debt for another nation and financing their elections. That just doesn't seem like the first step that we should be taking. They're calling for the elimination of the very deliberative process that we were sent here to conduct. I cannot believe it. And then they're going to scold those of us who think that this is not in the best interest of our country and want to have that. I would also like to say that how is it possible that we as Congress can defer the exclusive control of this choice to another country? Representative McClintock eloquently identified the debt and representation problems that we're going to be facing if this actually takes place. They would immediately enter into the United States with more representation than the entire state of Montana. And I can assure you that the people of Montana would not support that decision. So I'm ready, willing, and able to sit here and consider the amendments that are going to be brought forward, and I hope that the chair will allow us to at least deliberate on these choices. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and I hope the gentleman tolerates some corrections into the record. None of the options forgive any debt. None. So if we're a robust debate should also be one that's factually based. So that's my only caution. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Would the chair yield for a question?
I'm just recognizing the next speaker, if there's anybody.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir,
St. Nicholas from Guam, Mr. Chairman.
you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by making some things very clear for the record. The territories of this country are under the plenary power of the Congress. And what that
thought you had
basically means,
You had an inquiry?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
No, yeah, you can speak. I couldn't hear well. Thank you.
Okay, am I coming through clear, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, we're fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The territories of this country are under the plenary power of the Congress. That is very, very clear in the Constitution. And so when we are deliberating this measure, it's important for us to understand that if we're going to find any fault in the advancement of this legislation that has anything to do with the financial status of the territory or the readiness of the territory to take on the responsibilities of statehood, that ultimately falls into our very own laps. Because as the plenary authority over the territories, it is the responsibility of this Congress to administer these territories in a manner and in a fashion that should be setting them on the course for entry into this country, because this country was not founded under the premise of us having any kind of permanent administering power over colonies. It wasn't the founding principles of this country even before the Constitution itself was drafted. And after the Constitution itself was drafted, the Congress had plenary authority of territories, and any weaknesses of territories thereafter are faults of this Congress, ultimately, because this Congress has the ultimate authority of these territories. When HR 1522, the Puerto Rico Statehood Admission Act, was introduced in this Congress, Mr. Chairman, and when HR 2070, the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act, was introduced in this Congress, I co-sponsored both. I co-sponsored both of them because either of them represented a path forward for the territory of Puerto Rico out of territorial status and into a future that was not something that was counterintuitive to the founding principles of this country. I'm so honored to be a part of this hearing and to be a part of this process, my own territorial status on Guam notwithstanding, because we're going to finally set a precedent on how territories can be given an opportunity in this country to really move forward after so many years of colonization. And for the individuals who sponsored and co-sponsored both measures, who have come to the table to compromise for this ultimate measure that we're going to be discussing here today, I wanted to tip my hat to them, because that is an example of representative democracy that truly takes into consideration not only the responsibilities of this Congress, but the responsibilities to our own history as a country. And so let us not allow ourselves to be distracted from our ultimate duty to our fellow Americans in Puerto Rico, whose very homes continue to stand on colonial soil. There's just absolutely no reason for colonies to exist in this country. It is the responsibility of all of us to make sure that we set all of our territories onto an ultimate path of colonial resolution. This legislation does so in a manner that's going to bring a compromise to various parties that for a very long time weren't able to finally come to the table and have this kind of path forward that's going to involve everybody in a way that represents the universal suffrage that this country stands for. It's going to include all Americans in the territory of Puerto Rico, and it's going to right a historical injustice, not only for the citizens of Puerto Rico, but for all of us who call ourselves Americans. It is absolutely an injustice to all Americans, Americans in Montana, Americans in Maine, Americans in Texas, Americans in Guam, Americans in Puerto Rico. It is an injustice for us to not resolve the territorial status of these various districts within our Congress and within our great country, because this should not be the way the United States of America moves forward with these inconsistencies in how we are champions of freedom across the world and hypocrites of freedom within our own responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. San Nicolas, appreciate it. Anyone else? Any other member wish to be?
Sablan.
Who wishes to be recognized?
Sablan.
Mr.
Please.
Sablan, please.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for holding this hearing. I want to thank also Ms. Velasquez, Ms. Colon, Mr. Soto, Mr. Hoyer for the work that they have put into writing up this bill. I got here in I got here in 2008. My district, the Northern Mariana Islands, became a part of the United States in 1978. But it was decision that was made by us. We made the decision that we chose to be a permanent political relationship with the United States against other offers, other options. It took Congress 30 years to give the Northern Mariana Islands a delegate position even. And for that entire time, we would come here and talk to members and attend hearings because that was the only option we had. I associate myself with the comments of Congressman San Nicolas that not approving this bill today is an injustice. When I got here in 2009, I was already immersed in Puerto Rico. I mean, I had people talking to me about Puerto Rico's status, both elected officials, non-elected officials, and of course, my friend, Pedro Pierluisi. It was not until yesterday, Mr. Chairman, when I read the bill that I finally said, yeah, I can support this, and I asked if I could be a co-sponsor. I appreciate again very much the hard work and the compromise that went into drafting this bill. It wasn't easy. There were times when, Nidia would give me her look. But then again, no, Chairman, this is a difficult path, and I appreciate the hard work that went into this. And so when I read the bill yesterday, I said, yes, I can support this bill, and I signed on. And today I will be voting for the passage of this bill. And thank you very much, and I yield back.
Mr. Sablan, thank you. And as you know, we've been on this committee a while, that your opinion is respected on both sides of the aisle, and we thank you very much for those comments. Anyone else wish to be recognized? If there's no further debate, without objection, the ANS offered by myself is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. And with that, Representative McClintock, you have an amendment designated number 70, and you're recognized for 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment simply allows Puerto Ricans the opportunity to vote to retain their current Commonwealth status. That is an option that is not presented under this bill. The resident commissioner says there's a mandate for statehood because 52% voted in favor of it in the most recent plebiscite. And that's true, but it ignores the other 48% who didn't, or the 43% who didn't vote at all because their preferred option wasn't even presented. Why would we deprive them of the option of retaining the current Commonwealth status? Those voters are simply being ignored by this bill. Currently, the President of Puerto Rico's Senate and the Speaker of the House, both elected officials, are of the popular Democratic Party, which supports Commonwealth status. I think the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez, said it best when she previously supported a similar amendment. She said, quote, "A true system of democracy does not preclude certain options from a ballot, nor does it structure votes in a way to manipulate the electorate. The process that allowed for the creation of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico was adopted by Congress. It is a legitimate form of government that is accepted by millions. I therefore find it appalling that this Congress will consider precluding a Commonwealth as an option for the people of Puerto Rico." I agree completely, and I ask for adoption of this amendment.
Chairman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this amendment that is attempting to include a choice to retain the status quo. And the problem cannot be part of the solution. I have long said that the territory status constrains Puerto Rico's ability to prosper, and it denies 3.2 million American citizens living on the island full voting representation in Congress and the ability to vote even for the President of the United States. In other words, as a territory, we have no say at the national or federal decision-making process, which impacts us every day. Even me, voting in this committee, I cannot vote on the floor of the House, even when there's a bill that tries to impact the island. Moreover, as a territory, the federal government can, and often does, treats Puerto Rico unequally on the federal laws and programs that are crucial to combat poverty and promote economic development. And actually, that's the main reason of our economical situation on the island. The current status quo that was not even thought as a permanent solution for the island. And while it is true that Congress could pass legislation today to address some of those disparities, we face it's similarly true that a future Congress can undo such efforts. And that's because we are a territory under Article 4 of the Constitution that allows Congress to treat Puerto Rico the way they want. And Puerto Rico will always be at Congress' mercy. And that's why any effort to permanently solve Puerto Rico's political status must be among non-territorial options. Simply put, the problem cannot be, in this case, the solution. The Puerto Rico Status Act main purpose is actually ending the condition of territorial subordination through the offer of non-colonial, non-territorial options, constitutionally viable status option. And this is not me. This is the White House, the Republican White House, the Democratic White House, as well as the Department of Justice. In repeated Supreme Court cases, it has been reiterated that the so-called Commonwealth is nothing but a territory lacking of any attribute of sovereignty or authority other than Congress pleases to grant, and that where American citizens living on the island can be treated unequally and being discriminated against it. This has been ruled on matters from trade agreements to double jeopardy, to social programs, to taxation, to regulations, to due process, to the very creation of the Financial Oversight Board, and to the debt of the island. Under the status quo, the ultimate decisions on major policy in Puerto Rico are made by bodies where we lack of voting representation. This is Congress. This Congress has the power to dictate laws and regulations that govern us, without us having a full voting delegation in each chamber on this body, and that includes altering and even reducing the scope of autonomy of the current status. The Department of Justice and the White House Task Force on Puerto Rico has repeatedly rejected the notion that some are selling on the island for an enhanced Commonwealth, for an enhanced status quo. Both the federal executive and legislative branches have made it clear that such an option is unconstitutional. The problem cannot be the solution. The territorial relationship needs to end, and democratic choice must be real, permanent, non-colonial, constitutionally solid alternatives as provided on this bill. Seeking to retain the status quo is pandering to those who are complacent and comfortable with things as they are, and who benefit or profit from it. Telling the people of Puerto Rico to be happy with crumbs, with symbolic gestures, and the remembrance of times past, feeding and dependent mentality, that we cannot aspire to do something better and just. Continuing the status quo is exactly the wrong answer if we want to stand on our own 2 feet and finally resolve the unequal treatment of the American citizens that live on the island. Because of that reason, I oppose the amendment.
Lady Yields, anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. McClintock's amendment number 70?
Mr. Chairman, I
Gentlelady is recognized.
seek recognition on opposition to this amendment. This amendment will make mockery of this process. And you're right, Mr. McClintock. I don't know how long ago I supported the Commonwealth, and I supported the status to be part of any option in any plebiscite. You know what changed? The Supreme Court of the United States, in its 5 most recent cases pertaining to Puerto Rico, Aurelius, Baello Madero, Sanchez Valle, has made it extremely clear that Congress has total control over the destiny of Puerto Rico precisely because of the current status. So what the U.S. Supreme Court decision demonstrated is that Puerto Rico has no power, that we, the Congress, has the power and authority over the people of Puerto Rico. The inclusion of the Commonwealth as an option will only ensure that Puerto Rico stays with an undignified political status where the island is at the mercy of political changes in Washington and the Supreme Court. For this reason, I oppose this amendment, and I ask all my colleagues to vote against it. I yield back.
Be recognized. Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Chairman. There is no such status as a Commonwealth. It's not in the Constitution. Puerto Rico is a territory. That's the opinion of this conservative U.S. Supreme Court and the more progressive Biden Department of Justice. I think that's pretty much a consensus at this point. And we're ending the colonization of Puerto Rico with this bill. We're ending the territorial status. Please vote down this amendment and let our people go.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rosendale, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment. In the past week, my office and others in this committee have received correspondence from the Puerto Rican House of Representatives and Senate, who both state that they are opposed to this bill. This bill is a classic example of D.C. thinking we know best, despite the objections of the territory we are discussing. Furthermore, this bill is vastly different from the other 2 Puerto Rico status bills that have received hearings. At the very least, this bill should have had a hearing rather than introducing it days before deciding to report it to the House of Representatives for a vote. Moreover, this bill rejects, ignores, or omits a sizable portion of the population who simply want the status quo to persist. It's only one thing to vote on the merits of the bill, but it's quite another to decide on a bill that would determine the future for 3 million people without offering an option that many are supportive of. Mr. Chair, I would now yield the balance of my time to my good friend, Representative McClintock.
I think
Gentleman yields.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We just heard from the resident commissioner and the gentlelady from New York why they oppose Commonwealth status. That's certainly a legitimate point of view, but they have not explained why they would deny to their fellow Puerto Ricans the choice to decide for themselves whether or not they wanted to continue Commonwealth status. That's why this system is so rigged. They are abrogating to themselves a decision that ought to be made by the people of the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, but they're not allowed to choose that option under this legislation. Washington doesn't necessarily know best, and this is certainly not a democratic process with a little d. I yield back to the gentleman from Montana.
Gentleman yields, sir.
Mr. Chair, I think he stated it very well. Committee members, these residents of Puerto Rico should be able to take their self-determination. And if they truly want to acquire and establish their independence, then let's have that discussion about completely granting them that independence and not involving the parental oversight of the United States government. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized? On Mr. McClintock's number 70? Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is now on the McClintock Amendment number 70. I will pause so those joining us remotely can can unmute, and all those in favor of Mr. McClintock's amendment number 70 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying no.
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 No, no.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. Mr. McClintock having requested a recorded vote, it'll be postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. We now move to Representative McClintock. You have an amendment designated 71. And sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just like the Commonwealth Amendment, this amendment simply allows the people of Puerto Rico to have all options presented to them, including a none of the above option. While I remain hesitant to cite previous plebiscites that were given their long history of corruption and voter turnout, because statehood supporters are citing the 2020 plebiscite as the impetus of the bill, I think it's fair to at least remind folks what happened in the 1998 plebiscite. In 1998, the voters were given the options of statehood, commonwealth, independence, free association, and none of the above. Guess which option succeeded? None of the above. In fact, it received not just a plurality, but a majority of the vote on a plebiscite that had more than 70% turnout. I have to imagine that some folks in Puerto Rico are utterly tired of going through this over and over again. In a democracy, you're not bound to vote for any referendum or candidate which you don't support. In presidential elections, many Americans may not support the two main candidates presented to them. They can choose a third party, simply leave the ballot blank. But at least they can do so knowing the Electoral College will protect them from being subject to the whims of a slim and transitory majority. No such protections exist under this bill. In fact, such protections are completely undermined in this bill. I think that voters deserve to be presented with all of the options and not told from Washington which choices will be made available to them. You know, we talk about colonialism a lot with respect to Puerto Rico. What is the colonial mentality except the government telling them what choices they may have available to them? I believe that particularly considering the history of the none of the above option in the Puerto Rican plebiscites, this is absolutely essential to assure that the true will of the majority is heard. So with that, I'd ask for adoption of the amendment.
Let me recognize myself in response to in opposition of the amendment. I think none of the above is, I believe, the ultimate cop-out. Including none of the above as an option on the ballot suggests that there is some other mystery option for permanently resolving Puerto Rico status in a manner that's compatible to the Constitution and to, but there's this unknown out there that people need to vote for. That's just false. There is no mystery ballot, no mystery option here. We know that such a claim is false based on the conclusions of the international community, the federal courts, the executive branch. There is really no other viable non-territory option than the three that to be presented on the ballot as provided by the underlying bill. The none of the above amendment is not about progress, just about looking at a difficult issue and decided to wave the flag and give up. You know, self-determination for the people of Puerto Rico should no longer be slowed down, stopped, delayed forever, simply because we underestimate the people of Puerto Rico. That the response is not there because it's too complicated. I believe that with this legislation, the people and the citizens in Puerto Rico will recognize that they now have real voter empowerment. And it means a lot that this vote. I think participation will be very, very high. And I also believe that that in a fair, clean, independent election process that all sides will be there and all sides will present their case as we do in any democratic society. I won't be able to vote. Mr. Soto won't be able to vote because the people on that island, citizens, they're going to get to vote. And I think that's an important difference. And so saying above, none of the above means that we don't respect the Puerto Rican people enough to know that they understand what's going on, and they do, and that they'll feel that they will be empowered to make a choice. But we're not going to do the choice of the present. We're doing the choice of the future. And so I oppose this amendment because it serves no purpose in the legislation. And with that, I yield back and ask any other member wish to be recognized on the amendment. Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is both vague and untethered to the Constitution and would have a similar effect as the last amendment to perpetuate colonialism. But I want to talk a little bit about history real quick. Was this the type of treatment and options given to Florida, my home state, or California, Oregon, Montana, or Arkansas? No. They were welcomed into the Union. And it's sad that we're not seeing that same enthusiasm today so far, but I still remain hopeful because the vote's yet to happen. I urge you to vote against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. I wish to oppose the amendment. And the reason for this, we're talking here about Commonwealth. I mean, you got the Virginia Commonwealth, you got the Kentucky Commonwealth. Those are two states. In the case of Puerto Rico, Commonwealth is just a name. We got a territorial status, and that is under Article 4 of the federal Constitution. So it's not a status option. And in that case, Puerto Rico's current territorial status was never intended to be permanent in nature, but rather a transitional accommodation towards eventual statehood or independence. And I will give you an example of that. The fact that Congress granted Puerto Ricans U.S. citizenship in 1917 is a clear indication that the island was intended to be in the path of eventual statehood, particularly when the year before, in 1916, Congress enacted legislation promising eventual Philippines independence, but never granted Filipinos the U.S. citizenship. It's projected, if the projected outcome for Puerto Rico was anything other than statehood, why granting us U.S. citizenship in 1917? But again, we're discussing here another option, which is none of the above. And we mentioned here, our colleague mentioned here, a plebiscite in 1998. It's been 24 years after that plebiscite. We hold 6 plebiscites in total on the island. And the last 3 of them, statehood won. And again, this amendment runs counter to the bill's intent to resolve Puerto Rico's political status among constitutional and permissible options, non-territorial status options, including a none-of-the-above option in the bill will perpetuate the territorial status. It's like the never-ending story, which I have said constrained Puerto Rico's social and economic development and denied 3.2 million American citizens on the island their full rights as citizens of this nation. Additionally, none of the above option could mislead voters in Puerto Rico into believing there's going to be something else, such as to raise a promise of an enhanced Commonwealth status, or which the Department of Justice has repeatedly rejected as unconstitutionally under both administrations. In addition, the White House under Republicans and Democratic administration has also rejected enhanced Commonwealth proposal as unconstitutional. Again, none of the above option plays into a usual obstructionist campaign that any proposal from Congress is a bait and switch in which no matter what Puerto Rico decides, Congress will just leave it like circling in the procedural limbo waiting for some ideal solution that someday will come, only this time it's officially so. None of the votes renders this process meaningless, and we cannot allow that, and therefore I oppose this amendment. And one of the issues that I need to say, my colleagues here are mentioning Speaker of the House and the Senate President of Puerto Rico. One of those was the Biden campaign chair on the island. And they oppose all the process of self-determinations on the island because they want to have an enhanced Commonwealth option that the Department of Justice say no because it's unconstitutional, and they're trying to mislead the voters on the island. So this bill, I prefer to have a yes or no vote on statehood because people voted for that 3 times in a row. But you know what? In order to get all the options and all people represented here, we get a compromise allowing that to having the options that are valued by the Department of Justice, saying they are constitutional, and those are independence, free association, and statehood. We can have a yes or no vote on statehood. That's what I prefer. But in order to allow the people of Puerto Rico to make that decision, they're going to have all the options defined of what Congress is willing to allow to happen and what is constitutionally viable. And that's the reason I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Rosedale, sir,
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chair. How can we sit here and impose our beliefs and desires on the people of Puerto Rico and say that we're granting them self-determination? How can you declare that you're supporting a free and fair decision when you aren't willing to make all options of governance available to the people of Puerto Rico? This is a very important option, and it's troubling that it would be prohibited to even be offered to the citizens of Puerto Rico, considering that many of them have already demonstrated that they support it, So we're not operating in a vacuum here where we're just trying to make a determination if some people are, or we've seen demonstrations where the residents do not. We already know and have declaration and previous votes that they do support it. And so to create this document and ignore that from, or prohibit it from being considered one of their options is just puzzling to me. And I do support the amendment, and I thank the representative for bringing it forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else? Let me recognize myself just a couple words. And on the issue of other options or none of the above question, the previous amendment and this one. We have to begin from this point of view, this premise, that this bill is predicated and its unifying foundation is decolonization, period. And I think that should be part of the debate, because that is it. The options that are presented are all policy, political options that the Puerto Rican people will decide on, are all options that are non-colonial. And so that's the premise of the bill. And I think that the amendments that I will continue to oppose amendments that tear at that premise, complicate that premise, or poison that premise. And so I oppose this amendment on that same principle. Yield back, and anyone to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, recognized, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was debating about whether even to comment on this amendment, and as I heard the discussion, I see a major logic flaw, which I think is a problem with the overall legislation, that this debate highlights that logic flaw. The way the plebiscite is designed in the legislation, it's like asking someone, do you want liver, broccoli, or Brussels sprouts? Now, there are a lot of people that like liver, there's a lot of people that like broccoli, there's a lot of people that like Brussels sprouts, but there may be some people that don't like any of those. and they would say, no thanks, I'm just not going to eat. Now, couple that with the bill that says whatever passes in this legislation, when the plebiscite is voted on, that becomes the law of the land. It doesn't give Congress a chance to come back and review it. Now, Mr. Chairman, you said that you think there will be very high turnout. Others think there might be high turnout. What if those three choices are given and there's extremely low turnout and Congress has already given its power away to come back and review that? So if Mr. McClintock asked for a roll call vote on this, I'm not sure how I would vote on this amendment because it still doesn't fix the underlying problem with the bill in that Congress is abdicating its authority to come back and review this process after that vote with three choices is done. So I think there's a lot to consider here, and I think this highlights why this bill has been rushed through, why it should be debated in a hearing. There's going to be so much debate because we haven't had a hearing, and this markup is probably going to essentially be like a hearing and a markup without expert witnesses for us to question. So I think there's a lot to consider here, and it's hard to fix the underlying legislation with one amendment when there are so many other issues.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman makes precisely the point. We speak of colonialism. What could possibly be a more precise embodiment of colonialism than this Congress telling the people of Puerto Rico, well, you can choose your future, but only the choices that we will allow you to make. That's what we're doing with this legislation. And the hypocrisy is profound. I yield back.
And I will reclaiming my time. The gentleman's amendment doesn't say the other option is colonialism or a colony or a commonwealth or a territory. It says another option. I choose another option. And there may be something that somebody likes about independence, but not the way independence is crafted in this legislation. There may be something somebody likes about statehood, but not the way statehood is crafted in this legislation. And I think it just, the way the legislation is crafted, it narrows the options and the choices down and would ultimately force people to possibly choose what they consider to be the lesser of three evils, even though some may totally like what they've got in either of those three options. And I do yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. And I don't, in my comments, Mr. McClintock, I don't feel that I'm being hypocritical or lying to you regarding the premise of this legislation. I wouldn't do that. What I am saying is that I've been straight up about that this is a bill to take a historic step in the decolonization of Puerto Rico, period. That's the premise of the bill. That's what I will defend in this bill, and it is no reflection of anything else other than the content of this bill. I don't think I've hidden that opinion from the beginning on this. So if I miscommunicated something to you, that was not the intent. I tried to be as straight with all of you as humanly possible. With that, let me now ask if there's anyone that wants to comment on the amendment. Hearing none. All those members in favor of Mr. McClintock's Amendment 71 would please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed to the amendment indicate by saying no.
No.
No. The opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and Mr. McClintock has requested a recorded vote, and that will be postponed pursuant to my prior announcement. Ranking member, you're recognized. You have an amendment designated Westerman number 12, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my amendment would ensure that the terms of the Puerto Rico Oversight Management and Economic Stability Act, or PROMESA, as we passed out of this committee a few years ago, My amendment would ensure that those terms are completed before the act takes place. Section 209 of PROMESA specifically states that financial oversight of the Financial Oversight Management Board will end for Puerto Rico when 3 requirements are met. First, the government of Puerto Rico has adequate access to short-term and long-term credit markets at a reasonable investment rate to meet the government's borrowing needs. Second, that the government of Puerto Rico has developed budgets in accordance with modified accrual accounting standards for 4 consecutive fiscal years. And third, that the expenditures made by the government of Puerto Rico do not exceed revenue during that year for 4 consecutive fiscal years. These are reasonable expectations for any well-functioning government, especially one that is seeking a change in its political status. And I will remind everyone that that was a bipartisan agreement when we passed PROMESA. According to an independent investigative report, Puerto Rico was in crisis in 2017 with $70 billion in debt and $49 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. By the end of 2021, the Financial Oversight Management Board completed assisting Puerto Rico with the largest municipal debt restructuring in the history of the United States. Currently, Puerto Rico has $7 billion in restructured debt, and the board is working to help Puerto Rico's Electric Power Authority restructure $9 billion worth of debt. PROMESA ensured steps were taken to make Puerto Rico fiscally healthy, and that work should be completed for the benefit of all in Puerto Rico. I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Okay, Mr. Westerman, I'm going to yield the chair to my colleague, Mr. Soto, while I make a phone call that I cannot avoid for about 5-10 minutes, and I apologize for that. Mr. Soto, thank you.
I can take over if you need.
I know you're planning on it, but we'll see what happens.
Is there any further discussion on the amendments?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Velasquez, you're recognized.
thank you. I want to take this opportunity to let the record show that the Wall Street Journal just recently, last week, reported a series of several conflicts of interest held by consultants to the board. The most glaring ones are those from McKinsey, which has billed Puerto Rican taxpayers close to $939 million for the consultancy fees as part of the bankruptcy process and failed to disclose very, very serious conflict of interest. I am the proud author of the Puerto Rico Accuracy in Disclosures Act, which was signed into law this past January. Thanks to the Prada bill, we are now learning that this company could have potentially.
The gentlelady shall suspend. Please mute for those who are online. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thanks to the Prada bill, we are now learning that this company could have potentially benefited many of its clients due to the access it had to privileged information. For instance, it has been revealed now that Quanta Services, Inc. had engaged McKinsey as a consultant while at the same time being part of the consortium that got awarded the privatization contract for the T&D of the electrical grid on the island. A privatization that I might add has proven to be unsuccessful and made the price of electricity extremely onerous for Puerto Ricans. In fact, I stand today in solidarity with the thousands of Puerto Ricans on the street today demanding holding LUMA accountable. So I want to ask my colleague, do you think it's fair for the people of Puerto Rico to remain in an indefinite colonial limbo while the board clumsily gets its act together? The members of this committee should unanimously reject prolonging the life of a board that has been allowed for more than 6 years to have unchecked conflicts of interest that are hurting the people on the island. The decolonization of Puerto Rico goes hand in hand with the restructuring of its fiscal and economic infrastructure. And Congress has a constitutional and moral obligation to act on both fronts, which has so far failed to do so. For this reason, I oppose this amendment. I urge members to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized? The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to revert back to my opening statements, and I don't think it's productive to begin the first step towards independence and self-determination with the U.S. curing or forgiving the debt and financing the elections. And the chair corrected me and said they're not going to be forgiving debt. Well, you may use different terminology and classify it as restructuring. That's forgiving debt. Let's call it what it is. And I do not think it's fair to the citizens of the United States, the current citizens of the United States, to absorb that and then to have it forced upon them without even having anything to say about it whatsoever, as this legislation would provide. So the minimal, we need to make sure that the PROMESA Act is actually, and the provisions of that are actually being met before we would continue this process. So I do support the representative from Arkansas's amendment. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I will yield.
Thank the gentleman. I think the gentlelady made a valid point, talking about how maybe there needs to be some oversight and transparency of PROMESA, but we've yet to have an oversight hearing in this committee. I believe there's one scheduled for September. So shouldn't we wait and have that oversight hearing and find out if there really are problems instead of rushing this bill through today? Couldn't we at least wait until we actually have the hearing? And I will remind everybody, it is the majority's responsibility to schedule hearings. We could have had a hearing at any time on the oversight of PROMESA, yet we ironically have one scheduled 2 months from now when we're going to make this major vote today. I yield back to the gentleman.
Any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
If I could, I'd like to ask perhaps the ranking member, my understanding of this bill is regardless of what option is chosen, the mere passage and enactment of this bill disbands the Oversight Board and transfers all of the assets that were given to Puerto Rico with the understanding that they would be administered by this board. All of those assets are turned over to the Puerto Rican government. Whatever happens on the plebiscite, that is an automatic provision in this bill. And all of those funds that the American people were promised, that came out of their wallets, that they were promised would be administered by the Oversight Board, will now go to the government of Puerto Rico. Am I correct in that understanding?
I believe the gentleman has read the bill and understands the language. As I understand it, if this bill were passed in its current form, it would dismantle PROMESA.
I support the amendment wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Any other members wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from Puerto Rico is recognized.
I oppose the amendment, and I will be simple of this. The debt has already been restructured, and the U.S. taxpayers has not borne the cost. It's the local government of Puerto Rico and the local taxpayers who are paying for the Oversight Board. I just want to make that clear, because some people may believe that is the U.S. government who is the one paying the oversight contracts and advisors, but the one who's paying that bill is the government of Puerto Rico. Just to make that clear, that's the reason I oppose the amendment.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman
Senator Nicholas
from
from
Guam
Guam,
is
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Guam is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important for us to remember that PROMESA is an aberration of colonialism. The whole reason why PROMESA had to be enacted to begin with was because Puerto Rico was a territory and therefore unable to avail of the existing municipal bankruptcy laws that were already in place for various reasons and actually utilized by various other municipalities across the country when they did face financial difficulty. And so it's ironic that now we're going to be using promesa, an aberration of colonialism, to perpetuate colonialism, because we're going to say that its provisions need to be met before we're going to actually entertain a plebiscite vote to resolve the status conundrum that is the current Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. And I think it's further ironic, Mr. Chairman, that we would suggest that Americans living on American soil should have their political status called into question with respect to their ability to respond to promesa. Really, would we put the same questions to Americans who are undergoing a municipal restructuring anywhere else in this country? Would we therefore suggest that they should be stripped of their state rights because they are availing of municipal bankruptcy laws, whether it's Orange County in California or any of the other various jurisdictions anywhere else in the country that had faced financial difficulty? And then let's look at the fundamental question of the outcome that ultimately resulted in promesa. We're talking about territory that did not have the same kind of coverage on Medicaid for so many years. A territory that does not have supplemental security income for its most vulnerable. And both of those were financial questions that strained the finances of Puerto Rico because of their political status. So we just have political status problem layered on top of political status problem, promesa, lack of parity in funding, and now we're going to turn those very same things, those political status problems, and use it to say we're not going to now resolve your political status because those problems are now being administered by promesa, which, by the way, is a creation of the Congress. Mr. Chairman, we really should not use promesa as a reason to not move forward this legislation unless we're going to apply the same principles and the same logic to any other municipal financial challenges. And I really don't think that that's a good precedent to set for Americans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized? In that case, I recognize myself for 5 minutes. First, the bill makes clear in the event a plebiscite results in statehood that contracts, obligations, liabilities, and debts of the territory of Puerto Rico shall continue. In addition, the bill states that in the event the plebiscite results in favor of independence or independence with free association, the nation of Puerto Rico shall recognize and give effect to all orders and judgments rendered by the United States or territories. And I would also argue that this bill makes fiscal sense for the United States. Right now, Puerto Rico is already getting many programs at equal funding as states, whether it was under the American Rescue Plan or under the infrastructure law. If Puerto Rico chooses statehood, they would then be paying federal income tax to help fray those costs, much like all of our constituents make every day. In addition, if they chose independence or independence with free association, they would no longer be the financial obligation of the United States. So in either event, I would argue that this makes fiscal sense for taxpayers across the nation. And with that, is there any other further discussion of the amendment? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Westerman Amendment number 12. I'll pause so members joining remotely can unmute. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I request the yeas and nays.
A recorded vote has been requested. This vote will be postponed pursuant to the chair's prior announcement. And I'll yield back to the chairman.
We now move to amendment designated 75. Representative McClintock, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the bill before us, Congress surrenders all further say in the most important and consequential decision that we can make, the permanent admission of a new state to the Union. We simply surrender this decision to a carefully rigged selection process to be voted on only in Puerto Rico. And by the way, that selection process offers the people of Puerto Rico only those options that the majority has already pre-chosen for them. Can you pronounce colonialism? Once this bill passes, Congress would have no further say in the process. This is irresponsible. It is a complete abdication of the responsibility we have to our constituents and to the whole country on a question so fundamental to its future. The amendment that is before us says that the issue has to return to Congress for a national debate that we owe to the American people if statehood is one of the three, is chosen from among the three pre-selected options. And because of the profound question it presents to us, this amendment calls for a 2/3 vote for ratification. I know this is a departure from the past. The Constitution requires only a majority. But in the last century, we have waited to admit new states until an overwhelming consensus for admission has been formed throughout the country. I would remind you that Alaska and Hawaii were admitted with 78% vote in the House and 83% in the Senate. I believe Congress should fully debate the question of statehood before it is ratified, and it should be by an overwhelming majority, a 2/3 vote. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on Mr. McClintock's Amendment 75? Mr. Soto, sir.
The opposition is right in the gentleman from California's own admission, which is that none of this is required by the Constitution and it hasn't been used for other states. Why would we do it for Puerto Rico? We didn't do it for Alaska or Hawaii or most recent states. And it's just a further barrier. The Constitution's clear. We technically wouldn't even need an election. Congress shall admit new states, but we're doing this because it's within the jurisprudence and tradition of our nation. But adding additional requirements is an affront to what our forefathers had intended in the Constitution.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I wish to oppose the amendment. And the reason for that is that the Puerto Rico Status Act provides a process for voters to ratify their choice as future status, including a runoff to make a majority decision clear. Admission or recognition of any change in status of a territory is carried out by an act of Congress. And I need to be clear on that, which requires a straight majority in both houses in a disposition of the territory or admission of a state does not require a constitutional amendment, nor an international treaty, and have never been treated as such, not even when then the independent nation of Texas sought admission. Title III of the Act is an admission act contingent on the people voting for statehood with the same criteria of admission acts as were in the case of Alaska and Hawaii. In neither case was there a requirement that after the people voted, Congress had to again approve of their choice, much less by a 2/3 of majority of both houses. Further, the Constitution and the precedent for 37 states that were admitted into the nation do not support the idea that admission of a territory into statehood or any other change in status mandates a congressional supermajority. As such, a supermajority has never been required. The amendment seeks to impose a hurdle in Puerto Rico's path that has not been placed for any state. I will oppose any amendment or amendments to an amendment that seeks to block execution of this act after the people of Puerto Rico have voted, whatever the choice it may be. And I maybe respect the intention of my colleagues, because I do know Representative McClintock introduced last year a resolution calling for an amendment of the U.S. Constitution requiring a 2/3 yes vote in both chambers in order to admit a new state. And that's another proposal that has not been discussed here. Perhaps we need to say that if that rule had been in place back in 1959, when Alaska was getting into admission, Alaska will not be a state today because of that provision. So I think we need to be consistent We cannot ask something that were never asked to other states or other territories, not even Texas at the time when it was an independent nation. And the vote in Alaska at that time, that we've been mentioning that here, that vote was 210 to 166, just 55% of the vote. So they were way short of the 2/3 of the vote to admit Alaska as a state. So I just want to make that clear. And, I think, if politicians in Puerto Rico who favors the status quo and have perfected the dark art of seeking to undermine the legitimacy of any status process or vote they lose or refuse to participate in, like they did in 2012, where the people of Puerto Rico was asked by the question that the Intergovernmental Office of the White House asked, and it was Bush and Obama's administration and Clinton administration proposing a question. That was the question of that plebiscite. Do you want to remain as a territory of the United States? The people of Puerto Rico say no. They rejected the current territorial situation. And then after that, 61% voted for statehood among the rest of the options. And then we got another plebiscite in 2017 with the same question of status. And then in 2020, so we held already 6 plebiscites, all local. That's the reason this bill is so different. It would allow for the first time ever to have a federally mandated plebiscite with binding resolutions that would secure not having a permanent territorial condition to Puerto Rico or perpetually relegate the people of Puerto Rico to second-class citizenship that is not representative of what we are as a great nation. Because of that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is rather simple. It requires that Congress certify the results of the plebiscite. And we could have a debate on whether that should be 2/3 vote or a majority vote, but I think the underlying principle is that Congress should certify any results before admitting a state. The territory clause of the Constitution gives Congress plenary power over U.S. territories. When previous territories became states, Congress acted. We have not relinquished our duties. Congress has legislated in various ways to confirm statehood. Congress has never provided a federally sponsored, self-executing plebiscite of political status. This is unprecedented in our nation's history. Congress is constitutionally required to take final action on the outcome of the plebiscite. This amendment ensures Congress does not abdicate its duties under the Constitution to, quote, make all needful rules and regulations respecting the territory belonging to the United States. Just the fact that we're having a debate today on the constitutionality of the language that, again, was published last Friday, and we're voting on such an important issue today, again, tells me that we should be having more hearings, we should be having constitutional experts come in, we should have more time to review this, and we shouldn't rush in to unprecedented territory in our nation's history just on a wing and a prayer. I support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Soto, do you wish to be recognized on this amendment? No? Anyone else? Hearing no further debate on Mr. McClintock's Amendment 75, please, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote, and the vote's postponed pursuant to prior announcements. Representative Bobart, you have an amendment designated number 4, and you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment that I have introduced here would strike the authorization of the appropriations for the proposed referendum for creating new voter education materials. My first concern with this provision is that it authorizes, quote, "such sums as may be necessary," end quote, to achieve these ends. We don't know how much the scheduled vote and the voter education materials would cost, which Congress should know if we are authorizing federal dollars to be spent on this. Can I have order in the committee? More to the point, we unfortunately do not have a CBO score for this bill. The members of this committee should not be expected to vote on this bill without having all the information we need to make an informed decision. And my second concern is that we're using federal funds for this. Last Wednesday morning, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported that the latest inflation rate, a record-breaking 9.1% over the last 12 months, the consumer price index for all items went up by 1.3% in June, and the rate of inflation for food is now at 10.4%, and the inflation rate for energy commodities is at 60%, and the inflation rate for fuel oil is now at 98.5%. If the residents of Puerto Rico feel strongly about changing their status, it stands to reason that the government of Puerto Rico should foot the bill. We shouldn't be authorizing federal funding for voter educational materials and for running this scheduled vote for Puerto Rico. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, and I yield back.
Back, thank you. Anyone wish to be recognized to Representative Bobart's number 4 amendment?
Mr. Chairman, it's Boebert.
Bobart, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
I have trouble with vowels. Yeah.
I seek recognition in opposition to that amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
The process we are discussing today must guarantee that the people of Puerto Rico are fully informed about the options available. We included a federally funded voter education because it is our duty to provide a democratic, transparent process. We must clearly establish what Congress is able and willing to offer. And so when the gentlelady asked about not scoring the CBO, well, I will say that after 120 years of colonialism, of having subjects, of exploiting the island of Puerto Rico, that's the score that we need to know in order to provide a process that will allow for the Puerto Rican people for once and for all to define what is it that they want to support. What is it? What will be the political option of their choosing? That is the score that we need to know here today, that it is time for us, the U.S. Congress, who have ruled for so many years, that they are given the resources and the tools that they need in order to make an educated choice. I yield back.
Ms. Soto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure the gentlelady appreciates the importance of educating Puerto Rican voters on this, and while this authorizes it, it'll still have to go through appropriations, and there'll have to be bipartisan support for it to go forward. So here today, we're just doing the authorization, but we want to make sure everybody understands all the repercussions. And so I oppose the amendment.
Anyone else? Mr. Graves, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I want to thank Congresswoman, should I say Congresswoman Jago, for all of her efforts on representing the citizens of Puerto Rico. She's been tireless in her efforts since she got here in trying to promote an opportunity for the citizens of Puerto Rico to be given the chance of some degree of self-determination. And I have a tremendous amount of respect for her and the hard work that she's been doing trying to promote that opportunity. Mr. Chairman, the legislation that we're talking about today was introduced on Friday. This is potentially creating an opportunity for statehood or other options, as you know, under this bill. Introduced on Friday, and here it is, what's today, Wednesday? Wednesday. and we're marking up a bill to potentially allow a territory to become a state or independent. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy in this condensed amount of time to do something as consequential as this. I mean, they're constitutional questions. They're questions about U.S. taxpayer investment, and Ms. Bobert's exactly right on this. I mean, it's just one of the many, many things that needs to be thought out, needs to be considered. We haven't had a hearing. Yes, we've had a hearing on this topic, but not on this bill. This is huge. And we're just going to come in just days and just make a flippant decision on something as big as this. The public, the American public, the Puerto Rican public, this entire country deserves the opportunity to make sure that we understand the consequences and understand exactly what this bill does. Now, Mr. Chairman, I also want to make note that here we are in July, in fact, toward the end of July, and I'm just going to pick a number and say that this is, maybe the 100th bill that we've done that's not energy. It's the 100th bill we've done that's not solving the energy affordability crisis. People can't afford to refuel their cars. People can't afford to pay their electricity bills that we're seeing a doubling and tripling. This committee has jurisdiction over the solutions. Now, my friend, the chairman, tweeted out last week a picture of me from this committee and saying that Republicans have offered no solutions, which is absolutely incredible. As a matter of fact, I want to remind the chairman that during the previous administration, emissions went down an average of 2.5% a year. Under the Biden administration, they've gone up 6.3%. So if we're going to talk about facts and data, which I know this committee, or some people in this committee are afraid of, we're going to talk about facts and data. President Trump did a better job on emissions than President Biden did. We're going to talk about energy affordability. President Trump smoked President Biden, technical term, in regard to energy affordability. Gas prices were nearly half what they are today. Natural gas prices were nearly 1/3. You're forcing people into energy poverty. You're forcing people into it, and you're doing nothing. You're doing absolutely nothing, ignoring this committee's jurisdiction, ignoring our responsibility, and instead bringing up a lot of other bills today that just aren't priorities. And I want to be clear so my words aren't minced. The Puerto Rico situation is a priority, but to try and rush something like this through that no one understands, even the constitutionality of it, is crazy. So I want to go back, Mr. Chairman, and every opportunity that I have, because you won't allow us to debate energy bills in this committee, I'm going to remind you that this energy crisis that this country is experiencing, every single American is experiencing, is self-imposed. It was self-imposed by the Biden administration. It's self-imposed by this committee's failure to act. And unfortunately, we've proposed dozens and dozens of bills and solutions, and the committee's refused to even have hearings on them. And so let's be very clear. You own the crisis as much as this president does. You own it. And it's awful that we're in this situation today, that Americans are forced to choose between refueling their car and buying groceries. They can't afford to pay their electricity bill, that the president is going to Saudi Arabia and asking them for energy when it's dirtier than U.S. energy. They're going to negotiating with Iran to release their energy. I think the quote yesterday was that the world needs Iran's energy. Yes, like a hole in our head. This is unbelievable that we can have the president of our country out there advocating for the interest of other countries, and in the case of Iran, terrorist nations that are funding terrorist activities contrary to the interest of Israel and the United States and the Middle East. Unbelievable that this is happening. Yield back.
Anyone else wish to be recognized on amendment designated number 4?
Mr. Chairman.
Goose, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I didn't intend to speak on this amendment, but have to provide a little bit of a rebuttal to my colleague and my good friend from Louisiana, who seemed a little all over the place there. On the one hand, sort of saying that this committee is not bringing up bills that are priorities, but then simultaneously saying that Puerto Rico, that this particular bill is a priority, complaining that it is somehow being rushed, notwithstanding the year-long negotiation process that Ms. Gonzalez-Colon and Mr. Grijalva and Ms. Velasquez, Mr. Soto have been engaged in, of course, with a wide range of stakeholders, notwithstanding the 2, not 1, but 2 legislative hearings on this particular issue that were held over the course of the last year and a half. I'm not sure if my colleague had a chance to participate in one or two of those hearings, but they were certainly very informative and robust, notwithstanding the fact that we have an amendment process today where I think my colleagues have suggested no less than 17 amendments that the committee is busily debating as we speak. So I certainly think that I would concur with the statements that my colleague and my friend made at the outset of his remarks regarding the work that Ms. Gonzalez-Colón has done and our shared respect, I suppose, for her work and her tenacity in bringing forward this bill along with the other colleagues that I mentioned. And I would hope that my colleague would join me once we've finished this long debate process in supporting this bill. I trust that he will, given the statements that he made at the outset regarding his colleague on the other side of the aisle. I think this is a good bill. I think that our colleagues on both sides of the aisle have worked in good faith to negotiate a reasonable compromise that, as you said, provides the people of Puerto Rico with some degree of self-determination. I think it's a bill we ought to pass. I look forward to debating the rest of these amendments, but would hope that we could remain focused on the bill that's before the committee. With that, I would jump back to the
Gentleman
chairman.
yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is anything but a good bill. This is a horrible bill. And to imply somehow that we have had multiple hearings, we have had hearings on the topic. No one on this side has said otherwise. We have not had any hearings on this bill that was dropped Friday. And here we are dealing with an issue of enormous magnitude of statehood for Puerto Rico, and we are not, this is our first hearing on this bill. It's absolute insanity. And since you brought up by name my friend from Louisiana, I'm going to yield some time to him.
Thank you. First, my friend from Colorado, I want to thank you for hosting us in your state a few years ago. Certainly appreciated that and enjoyed the time working with you. I want to apologize for confusing you in my statement. Let me see if I can go back through it again. Number one, I appreciate the work of Congresswoman Jago. I think she's great, and I think she's tireless in her efforts to fight for and represent the citizens of Puerto Rico. Two, we're talking about a bill that was introduced on Friday that is taking a territory and millions of people and potentially making them independent, making them a state. This is something that all Americans, not just Puerto Ricans, all Americans should have an incredible interest in. This is not something that should be rushed. And it needs to, as Mr. Heiss just noted, this deserves a hearing. Yes, we've had hearings on this topic. We have not had a hearing on this bill. 0 hearings on this bill. And as has been discussed today, the constitutionality of this bill has been called into question. Number 3, I commented that I support Ms. Boebert's amendment, and it's indicative of what happens when you rush legislation that hasn't been thought through. And so then, number 4, I just want to remind everybody in this committee and everybody in this country, this is the single committee in the United States House of Representatives that has jurisdiction over solving the energy crisis. We're the ones that have jurisdiction over energy exploration and production, yet the only energy bills we've done are ones that have been to actually prevent renewable energy from taking place in the United States. We did a bill last week or whatever, did a bill to ban, and I wish Mr. Stauber was here, I think it's 75% of the nickel, copper, cobalt, and platinum minerals that are available in the United States. And maybe I'm wrong on the number, but I'll say approximately a lot. And we banned it. So it's no to renewable energy, and just in case folks weren't clear there, earlier, we had a hearing on a bill from New Mexico, related to New Mexico, withdrawing mineral resources. So apparently it's no to renewable energy. It's pretty clear that it's no to conventional fuels like oil and gas. It's no to coal. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what in the hell the energy strategy is. President Obama said all of the above. Apparently y'all say none of the above. And all I know is the people that we represent across this country cannot afford the energy crisis that this administration and this Democrat leadership in the House of Representatives, in the United States Senate, and the White House have thrust this nation into. And the embarrassment of watching our president go fist bump Saudi Arabia to ask them for oil, now negotiating with Iran because we want their oil. This is like a TV show. I can't even believe this is really happening. This is the President of the United States that stood up and swore to defend the Constitution of the United States, not to other countries, yet he's carrying out policies to enrich our opposition, our enemies, those that are killing American citizens in the Middle East, such as Iran, through their surrogates. I mean, this really is unbelievable.
The gentleman yield for a question?
This is absolutely unbelievable. It's actually Mr. Heiss's time, and I'm going to yield back to him.
I'll yield.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman from Georgia, the gentleman from Louisiana. Do you intend to vote for the bill today?
At this point, I don't, but let me be clear. It's not because I'm necessarily opposed to the objective. It's because there's so many questions about this bill to rush through something like this in such a short period of time. Let me ask you, were you involved in negotiations for the last year?
To me, can I take the time?
Please.
I was not. I trust the judgment of Ms. Gonzalez-Colón and the chairman, and I appreciate their leadership on this initiative, which is why I'm proud to vote for the
So,
bill.
Mr. Westerman, were you involved in negotiations for the last year as ranking member of the committee?
I was not.
How about them apples? You weren't, he wasn't, I wasn't, they weren't. I mean, I just,
But a colleague who we both respect was.
but
Ms.
I was sitting here to
Gonzalez-Colón
represent
was.
folks.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colón was, and I think
That's
she did a
right.
terrific job.
Tremendous amount of respect for her, and she's been an incredible fighter, but I have an obligation to people at home, and I don't just defer this responsibility to others.
Expired. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As my friend, the gentleman from Louisiana, often does, he raises some thought-provoking questions, and apparently I need to start reading the Twitter because I didn't know that Republicans didn't have solutions. Amazing. Could there be fake news on Twitter, Mr. Graves?
Both of Mr. Grijalva's followers commented on it. You should look at it. So.
Well, we have never marked up a Republican bill in this Congress. Now, how do you know we don't have solutions when we don't mark up our legislation? I understand we're in the minority. That's part of the gig, and the majority has been gracious to roll a few crumbs off the table and give us some UC bills, and we often have to fight to get an acceptable ratio on those UC bills, and I appreciate that from the chairman. But I do believe Republicans have solutions. We have solutions to the problems that Americans care about, actually. We have solutions that, we've even got solutions for big cats, but the majority didn't want to work with us on the actual solution to put the jurisdiction to fix big cats under APHIS where it belongs, but that's beside the point. We shouldn't have been talking about big cats. We should have been talking about big inflation, big food cost, big energy cost, and the absolute abdication of responsibility by this administration to develop our resources. So we have solutions. We just need an opportunity to present those solutions, and hopefully someday we'll get a chance to have hearings on bills like that. Now, there must be this new progressive idea out there on what Congress is about. I mean, I heard it in the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, how we had this bipartisan bill and how it was negotiated in a bipartisan way. That bill never went to a single committee in the House of Representatives. Mr. Graves and others, Mr. Webster and I serve on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. You had the largest infrastructure spending bill in the history of the world that didn't even get a hearing in the House. Now, it was negotiated by members of Congress outside of Congress, but the last time I checked, Congress is a deliberative body. I appreciate the work that Representative Gonzalez-Colón has done and the others who have negotiated outside of this hearing room on this topic. But you know what? Who cares? In the big picture, who cares? This is supposed to be a transparent process. We're supposed to have those negotiations and those hearings on TV, open to the public, open to the press, so that the citizens of this country know what's going on. So I keep hearing about it's bipartisan and it's been negotiated, but it hasn't been debated in the open. This isn't a hearing today. This is a markup. We have not had a hearing on the language in this bill. So
Would the gentleman yield?
I have some other stuff to say, but if I got a few minutes, I'll yield to my friend from Colorado. Back to this amendment, I support this amendment because it would prevent federal funds from being used for the plebiscite and for voter educational materials. Puerto Rico's status is a question that drives civic engagement in Puerto Rico's territorial politics and brings out passion and emotions. Several plebiscites on political status have occurred in Puerto Rico, most recently in 2020, because only the people of Puerto Rico will be able to vote in the plebiscite prescribed in the legislation. The Puerto Rican government is the most appropriate entity to pay for the ballots and voter educational materials. How much would it cost? We don't know, because we're rushing, and this bill's been moved too quickly, and because it hasn't had a hearing, if you haven't heard that yet, there is no CBO score for this bill. Any estimates regarding how much the plebiscite detailed in this bill could cost are little more than a guess. The unknown costs here are yet just another reason to have a hearing on this bill to slow down and give it some time. We need to know the full cost of the legislation, along with a lot of other questions we have about the legislation. I do urge support of this amendment.
Would the gentleman yield?
And I yield to my friend from Colorado who asked for time.
I yield to the gentlewoman from New York.
Ranking Member, I have a lot of respect for you, but I think to say that we should not pay for voter education is just beyond any comprehension. We have subjected the people of Puerto Rico to 120 years of exploitation, colonialism. That should not have a price tag. This is not a funding a program. This is the intent of Congress to once and for all resolve an issue that has kept the Puerto. So you're here willing to talk about Puerto Rico's fragile economy.
Reclaiming my time that has expired.
Gentleman reclaims. Time has expired. Very quickly, recognizing myself. One of the reasons explicit and implicit in this discussion is that, as Ms. Gonzalez-Colon pointed out, Mr. Soto pointed out, everybody, there has been various plebiscites on the island. And the issue sometimes has come up as a means to unravel those elections, that they weren't clean, that they were stacked at the beginning, i.e. rigged, that not enough people participated. And the reason for the authorization and the election thing is also that we assure the people of Puerto Rico that this is a clean and transparent election. So that's one of the rationales, hasn't been spoken to, but it's understood. I mean, if you look at and read everything that happened in previous elections, inevitably that is a charge and that is an accusation going into that process, which then taints any results that comes out. So in order to preserve the importance and the significance of this process and vote for the Puerto Rican people, that's part of the authorization, to give them that assurance that nobody is going to tamper, that their opinion is going to count, and their will is going to, and that their free will as voters is
Would the
gonna
chair
count.
yield to a question?
At this, let me, I was going to yield to my friend, Mr. Neguse, and when he's done, he can yield to you if there's time, if that's not a problem.
I thank the chairman. Just one quick point with respect and much respect to my colleague and friend, the ranking member, but I'm a little bit confused about his descriptions of televised congressional negotiations. I mean, perhaps that's happened in the past. I don't remember the Ways and Means Committee engaged in televised congressional negotiations on the 2017 tax bill. Maybe it happened, or on the criminal justice bill, for that matter. I appreciate the gentleman's point, altruistic as it may be, but that certainly has not been my experience in terms of how this House has functioned under Republican and Democratic majorities for the better part of the last 30, 40 years. I take the gentleman's point regarding the legislative hearing, but I think it is just, again, important. Let us not diminish the legislative hearings that this committee did have. I recognize they were not specifically on this numbered bill, but I also recognize that there was robust, lengthy discussion about the various components that this bill now incorporates, including all the various options that would or could be available to the people of Puerto Rico. So again, understand the gentleman's point that he'd like a specific legislative hearing, and so he's made that all too clear. But let's also recognize that there have been numerous opportunities for the members of this committee to educate themselves about the components of this bill, because they have been debated ad nauseum for years by this committee, including multiple times in the 117th Congress. And although I know I'm eager to answer any question that Mr. Rosendale might have, I know Ms. Velasquez, Mr. Chairman, I think was looking for additional time as well. So I'll yield back to the chairman.
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. We've heard a litany of excuses for the bad debt that's been acquired by the country and the declarations of victimization of why they can't afford to pay their current bills.
We're on the topic of addressing the amendment.
On the amendment, and this is going directly to the amendment. We're talking about debt and we're talking about expense. And so my question is, Mr. Chair, as we heard about all these discussions, conflict of interest, wouldn't it be considered a conflict of interest for the nation of the United States be paying for these elections and the education of the voters in Puerto Rico anyway? Couldn't that be construed as a conflict of interest, and where those funds are actually being directed, and what subjects and topics they're being supported or opposed?
Referencing my extensive legal background, having watched Perry Mason growing up, I feel that I'm in a position to absolutely and assertively answer your question. I don't believe it's a conflict of interest. That would have to be a challenge, but I don't believe so. And then legal counsel reviewed the legislation, thought so as well. But, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder sometimes, sir. But that's as far as I can dig in my legal background, sir. Thank you. Mr. DeGoose? No, Ms. Velasquez, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman?
I don't need time anymore.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman?
you.
Gentlelady yields. I answered your legal question as well, I guess, you know.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Colon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment, and I need to clear the record for an instance here. Saying that the past plebiscites were rigged, it's wrong. We held those plebiscites with general elections on the island, where all political parties participated and oversee this process. Actually, because of people lost in their belief in those elections and their choice was not the winner, many of them were challenging the result. And we know about that. When people don't like the results of that election, they call it many ways. That's not the case of the last 6 plebiscites in Puerto Rico. And the reason this amendment will hurt the process is that we are trying to have here a process that is for the first time federally sponsored. That means this is not local people of Puerto Rico saying, you know what, you will have statehood without paying taxes. Or you know what, you will have independence with all federal funds and all federal U.S. citizenship. Or you will have free association with all the Commonwealth or all the U.S. citizens' rights and privileges without paying taxes. So this amendment would allow the federal government to fulfill that promise of educating the people, telling them as it is, the options that are in front of them, what they're voting. So there's no people being misled in this process, and that's the reason it's so important that it's not a political party, that it's not the local government. It is the federal government telling the people, this is what we are willing to offer. This is what we're willing to do, and that's the reason this is not the first time money is being allocated to the education process. Actually, a few years ago, when the money was approved for another plebiscite, money is still in the Department of Justice. I think there's almost $5 million that are already been there that are not being used for educational purposes of another plebiscite on the island. And yet again, we did another federal plebiscite when the Navy went out of Vieques, and there was another educational campaign paid by federal taxpayers' money. So saying that this is outrageous, it's wrong, and I truly believe that we need to have the facts on this issue. I think we cannot mislead the people of the island on what are the options they got in front of them. What are the responsibilities that are going to be there? Because there's going to be a consequence. This is going to be a result. After we have a vote, this is it. If you choose independence, you will have independence. If you choose statehood, you will have it. And all those options come with a consequence. So saying that there should be no education whatsoever will hurt the process, will hurt the transparency that this bill is creating. And for that reason, I'm opposing the amendment. And I yield back.
Else? Sir, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just have to say, I find this hearing deeply frustrating today. For the record, I support statehood for the people of Puerto Rico. I think many of us here on the dais do. But the details matter, especially if we're putting other options like being an independent state or free association on the table. We need to talk about and define exactly what we mean for each one of those options, or else a plebiscite on those options is meaningless. So it's a very complicated topic. So to suggest that we ought to accept a bill as fully baked that was negotiated behind closed doors, and also to suggest that no one on this dais has meaningful contributions to make an improvement of the bill, I think is very misguided, and hence my frustration. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman, and we keep having this discussion about hearings. I would be glad to yield some time to anybody on either side of the dais except the people who are virtual, because I refuse to yield time to people who are not come to the committee for a meeting. But if anybody would like to tell me.
Limits their options, doesn't,
And if I open it up, anybody who can tell me when we had a hearing on the independence option as outlined in this bill.
Mr. Chairman, can I have time?
I yield.
This is not the first time this committee has got hearings on independence, free association, the current status or statehood. We got more than 100 in the history of this committee dealing with the issue of Puerto Rico. We got hundreds of witnesses in that chair explaining, providing even written speeches regarding those options. The options we're having in this bill, they're not new. They've been discussed for 100 years, most of them. So saying that because this bill is the result of H.R. 2070 and H.R. 1522. And those two bills got a lot of public hearings here with a lot of people who submitted for the record and others that were here as witnesses. So this committee has discussed the issue of the colonial situation of the island for many, many years. If we just want to say that this bill specifically did not have a hearing, that's one thing. Saying that the content of this bill is not been discussed many times, 100 of times, is a different one. And with that, thank you, the ranking member. I yield back.
Again, I appreciate the gentlelady's passion and work. I just know that neither of the two bills that had hearings in this Congress had the independence option on them. So I've only been here almost 8 years. And again, one Congress can't, what happens in one Congress isn't binding for what happens in another Congress. But I know in this Congress, the hearings we've had on bills did not include the independence option. I yield back to the gentleman from California.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Any more hearing?
Mr. Chair, Jennifer here. I just want to correct one. I say that it is $5 million in balance in the Department of Justice for the educational process. I need to correct myself. It's $2.5 million, the balance in the Department of Justice for educational campaign. I yield back.
Thank you. Hearing no further debate on amendment number 4, I ask all members who are in favor of the amendment to please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
I'll now ask all members opposed to indicate by saying no.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that question, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentlemen request recorded vote, and that's postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Uh, Representative McClintock, you have amendment number 74, and sir, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A common language is imperative in any democracy because it's the means by which citizens debate and discuss the decisions that directly affect the life of the nation. Freedom of speech is meaningless if citizens cannot talk to each other and understand each other. 76% of Puerto Ricans, according to one recent poll, thought it would be unacceptable that English might become their official language. According to one survey, about 80% of Puerto Ricans cannot speak English fluently. As one nation, we have to be able to talk to each other. In addition, command of English is essential to compete and succeed in an English-speaking country. Puerto Rican students already score several grade levels below their mainland peers. That problem would only be exacerbated if they were granted statehood without assuring that they can fully assimilate into American society. Language is not addressed in this bill for a simple reason. A crucial part of the statehood movement is to assure that Spanish would continue as the predominant language of government under statehood. Statehood is incompatible with separatism. We are either one nation or we are not. The admission of Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, and Louisiana all came with conditions that schools and government functions be conducted in English. Those states were able to deal with that perfectly well. Puerto Rico's federal representative, the resident commissioner, is required to be able to read and write English. Why is that? It's because without this requirement, she'd be entirely isolated from the national debate. The same is true of every citizen, which is why we require English proficiency as a condition of citizenship. With that, I'd ask for adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to give a vision of what the future of Puerto Rico will look like should they choose statehood. And you could see it right in my hometown in Orlando and Kissimmee in Central Florida, where our students, regardless of race or background, are learning both English and Spanish. They're really being trained to be superior, to do business, and to be professionals throughout the northern and southern hemisphere. They're going to be able to do business in northern Canada, across the United States, in Central America, in the Caribbean, and South America. And so when we see Puerto Rico going forward, you're going to see more and more people being able to speak great English and great Spanish, just like Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, whose English is far better than my Spanish, by the way. Although yo trato cada día. And so I think as we're looking at this issue, looking to Europe, looking to other areas, we want to embrace not only English, but encourage Americans to learn more than one language. This will give them economic opportunities throughout the world. When people train in the military and the CIA and all these other opportunities, we do everything we can to train them in other languages. So I don't view this as Puerto Rico being condemned just to speak Spanish. I view this as a future where you're going to have bilingual populations just like in Central Florida that are going to improve the economic prosperity of our nation and finally get more folks to learn several languages for economic prosperity and for our ability to maintain our leadership across the global stage. And I oppose this amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. First, I think this amendment is unnecessary. Under current law, English currently is already one of Puerto Rico's 2 official languages, just to make it that for the record, along with Spanish. And this has been the case ever since 1993. This wouldn't change under statehood. Moreover, the United States does not have and has ever had an official language at the federal level. Neither the Constitution nor current federal law designate or mandate an official language, nor the Constitution say that English must be the primary language for a territory to become a state. Instead, the adoption of an official language, if any, is a power reserved to the states under the 10th Amendment. In 1978, for instance, Hawaii amended their state constitution to recognize both English and Hawaiian as official languages. In 2014, Alaska adopted legislation designating 20 Alaska Native languages as official languages with English. And most recently, in 2019, South Dakota recognized an official indigenous language alongside with English. Moreover, even though in the past Congress, some tried to impose certain language requirements as a condition for statehood, it's likely these actions were unconstitutional, violating the equal footing doctrine and infringing on state sovereignty. And even then, the new states used their powers under the 10th Amendment to reject these impositions. That was the case with New Mexico. Despite congressional attempts to mandate that public education be conducted solely in English, the territory of New Mexico drafted a state constitution that included provisions protecting the rights of the Spanish-speaking population and essentially making Spanish an official language equal to English. Those provisions were not rejected by Congress and did not prevent New Mexico from becoming a state in 1912. Therefore, if each state has the power to adopt its official language under the 10th Amendment, why should it be any different for Puerto Rico? As a Republican, I truly believe in state rights. I truly believe that the federal government should not be imposing or regulating the state's lives. So language is an issue that the states need to speak and conduct their business in. In our case, since 1993, Spanish and English are the official languages of the territory. This proposed amendment also fails to recognize that the United States is a linguistic diverse nation. Approximately 380 languages are spoken by U.S. residents, including Spanish, which, as a matter of fact, is spoken by 41 million people in a country. That means that the United States has the second largest population of Spanish speakers in the world. According to the census data, 21% of U.S. population speak a language different than English at home. And this number is significantly higher in states like California, where it stands 43.9%, Texas at 35.1%, and Florida 29.4%. Of course, I strongly believe that we should improve the teaching of English language. I agree on you with that. And in the case of Puerto Rico and across the rest of the nation, not just for the island. In fact, I can attest that English proficiency has increased among younger generations of the island, not because of the Department of Education, but particularly thanks to social media. And we must do a better job of strengthening bilingual education, and I stand ready to work with my colleagues on ideas to achieve a better English in all our states. However, this amendment imposing conditions on Puerto Rico that have not been imposed to any other state, interfering with the state's powers under the 10th Amendment, is not the way to do it. Let me conclude by saying that being an American is not about where you come from or what language do you speak. Each state and each community across our country has their own identity and culture, but they have shared a set of ideals, the love of liberty, equality, and justice that make us all Americans. And Puerto Ricans are being proud American citizens since 1917. We've been contributing to every facet of American life and have stood side by side with our fellow citizens in building this country. More than 200 people from the island have honorably served our U.S. military and fought for their great nation, speaking Spanish in Korea, speaking Spanish in Vietnam, speaking Spanish in Iraq, and in any other theater of war. Nobody asked them in what language they were fighting, because they were fighting for our nation. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chair. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair,
Who seeks recognition?
Representative Ledger Fernandez.
Representative, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. And I thank Representative Colon for raising the fact that in New Mexico, we do have in our Constitution the protection of the teaching of Spanish as a language. And indeed, in New Mexico, we were very early on promoting the importance of multiple languages to both enhance identity as well as enhance the ability to work in the future and enhance one's identity and cultural affiliation, which is a good thing, not a bad thing. New Mexico in 1973 passed the Multicultural Bilingual Education Act, requiring that home languages, whether it be Tewa-Towa, Tiwa, Keres, Apache, Dene, Navajo, or Spanish, be taught in our schools if those languages are spoken at home. In New Mexico, we have multiple languages that are spoken by our tribes, by our Pueblos, by the Navajo Nation, by the Apache Nation, as well as the Spanish speakers who have lived in New Mexico for 300 to 400 years. And we were not denied statehood because of our ability to master more than one language. Indeed, we were allowed in. I will say that there were many years where we could have been allowed in, and we were not, partially because we did speak Spanish here, and there was bigotry. But that bigotry eventually gave way, and we were allowed in statehood in 1900s, as we just heard. So I think that today is 100 years ago that bigotry existed that prevented New Mexico from entering into a statehood because of the fact that we did speak multiple languages. And I hope that now, 100 years later, that bigotry is still in the rearview mirror, because that this should not be a requirement for Puerto Rico to make its own decision about what it wants to be. And in the end, this is all about self-determination. And that's why I'm in such favor of this bill and opposed to this amendment, Mr. Chair.
Is there any more debate on,
Mr. Chair.
sir? You recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. While serving in the state legislature in Montana, I supported funding to teach and retain Native American languages to make sure that they were preserved. But that's not what we're discussing here. Throughout the morning, we've heard the cries to treat Puerto Rico admission the same as we have other states. Why is it, when it comes to one of the most important elements, which provides clear communication amongst the population and participation in this very body, that we're going to disregard it? The proponents of this legislation continue to pick and choose previous provisions for statehood like a menu to accommodate their own goals. And that is not what is going to be consistent, and that's not what I can return to the people of Montana and share with them and show that there has been some type of a special provision that's put in place. So again, I would like to say that I do support this amendment, and I think it would work towards making admission, if in fact it was accomplished, consistent. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
Ms. McCollum, you're recognized.
I'm fully informed and prepared to vote on this issue, and I think all of us are. I just want to add two caveats to this. In Minnesota, when we had people who were refugees and came, and we knew they were applying for citizenship and passing the test and excited about participating, most of our counties that knew that we had people who maybe spoke Vietnamese, Laos, Somali, Ethiopian. I mean, at any one of my schools at any time, or in the ERs in the Twin Cities, depending upon the day, 70 to 46 different languages could be spoken. We included voter information because we welcomed, we embraced people. We wanted to make sure everybody could participate once they were a citizen. And then the Congress, the United States Congress, after the brave service of many of the Hmong people helping our service men and women during the Vietnam War, who were refugees over here, because there had been no written language originally in Hmong, we made accommodations for them to be able to take the citizenship test. So folks, we do make accommodations, we do things, and if we want everybody to participate, we should give everybody the tool in the toolbox to make them fully participate. But Mr. Chair, I'm going to take back the time because, as I said, I'm fully informed and I am prepared to vote. I think everyone is. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else? I will now ask all members in favor of McClintock Amendment number 74. If so, to please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those members opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. Gentleman has requested a recorded vote, and it's postponed as per prior instructions. Representative McClintock, you now are recognized for Amendment 72.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires that the plebiscite be decided by a 2/3 vote with respect to the state status option. We have to understand something. Statehood is forever. It is irrevocable. And it shouldn't be decided on a slender majority that could shift at any time. Here's the record of plebiscites in Puerto Rico. In 1967, 60.4% voted for the Commonwealth option, an option that is not even allowed to the voters under this bill. In 1991, it was proposed, in essence, free association. That was defeated 45-53. In 1993, again, the Commonwealth option that is specifically denied the people of Puerto Rico under this bill received the plurality of the vote at 48.6. In 1998, as I mentioned earlier, none of the above, another option not allowed to the people of Puerto Rico under this bill, none of the above took 50.3% of the vote. In 2012, 61.2 voted for statehood, but 500,000 blank ballots were simply ignored by the state government. In 2017, 97% voted for statehood, but that was only because of a boycott by the non-statehood parties, and as I said earlier, only a 23% turnout in that election. And most recently in 2020, with a 53% turnout, statehood was voted by a slender majority, 52.5 to 47.5. That is the record of votes in Puerto Rico. Now, compare that to the votes in Alaska and Hawaii. In 1958, 84% of the voters in Alaska voted in favor of admission to the Union, 84%. In 1959, 94% of the voters in Hawaii did the same thing, and turnout was exceptionally high in both elections. So admitting a state for all eternity on a slender majority sets the stage for civil unrest and even secession if a small percentage of the population change their minds. The supporters of statehood say there's a mandate, but perhaps Senate Democrat leader Chuck Schumer said it best. Asked about the results of the 2020 plebiscites, Schumer said, "There is no consensus, there is division." That's correct, which is precisely why we can't let a simple majority of the electorate dictate Puerto Rico's future in a structured vote that denies them the options that in the past they have supported. Yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to be recognized on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I will.
Ms. Gonzalez-Colon?
Thank you. I strongly oppose this amendment. The Puerto Rico Status Act already established that the winning status option must obtain a majority of the valid vote cast in the referendum. If no option receives a majority, the bill requires a runoff plebiscite between the two top options. And actually, this is one of the amendments that we have a lot of differences, Ms. Velasquez and I, because I truly understand that we should have just a plurality of the vote. And they convinced me that in order to have a proper plebiscite, we should at least have a majority of the vote, and that was the provision that was included there. And this bill ensured the winning status option is supported by a majority of the voters and not just of the plurality. In fact, I will argue that the bill already imposed a higher electoral threshold to address Puerto Rico's political status than most elections throughout the United States, including on the island, which typically only requires a plurality of the vote to win. A supermajority vote requirement, on the other hand, would allow a minority to block the will of the majority of the voters, no matter how clear or solid that majority may be. It also defeats the whole purpose behind this bill, which is to resolve once and for all the Puerto Rico's political status dilemma among constitutionally viable non-territorial options. As a statehood supporter, I can also say that imposing a supermajority vote requirement will also go against precedent and lacks both legal and historical basis. Article 4, Section 3 of the Constitution, which empowers Congress to admit new states, does not require any kind of majority support prior to admission. And Congress has never mandated a jurisdiction meet a specific level of electoral support to trigger the admission process. Traditionally, all that has been needed is a majority of the electorate which favors a statehood, not a supermajority. However, of the 37 states that have been admitted into the Union, only 17 held any kind of statehood referendum, plebiscite, or poll. Of these 17, 10 of those states only held one referendum, whereas remaining 7 held multiple votes. In 5 of those 7 states, Maine, Iowa, Wisconsin, Oregon, and Washington, statehood was supported by a minority of the votes up until the very last election in which a majority of the vote was finally obtained. And in the cases of Wisconsin, Nebraska, and Colorado, Congress even enacted statehood legislation without an electoral majority mandate. In these 3 territories, Congress acted even though the results of the last status referendum showed that at least more than 50% of the citizens in those areas voted against admission. So you get facts here about admitting states. And this all goes to show that a supermajority has never been a requirement for statehood. Why should it be any different in the case of Puerto Rico? Without speaking for any of the other bill sponsors, I can say that I am confident that once this bill is enacted, the people of Puerto Rico would overwhelmingly ratify their desire for full equality with our fellow Americans in the 50 states, as we previously expressed in 2012, 2017, and 2020. And of course, people who lost those plebiscites are going to be speaking against it. And that's the reality. The last plebiscite was held in conjunction with the general elections on the island. And it was not a 55% participation. It was more than 65% of participation on that poll. Because if you are not aware, in the case of Puerto Rico, our main sport is politics. And that means that people love to participate in the debates on the island, and they go to primaries in a higher percent than any other state. Having said that, and we previously expressed in those referendums, and the level of support statehood is increasing dramatically as it happened in Hawaii, as it happened in Alaska, after Congress enacted their Admission Act. By imposing a supermajority vote requirement will be unfair and unprecedented, as I just explained it, and that's the reason I oppose this amendment. I'll say thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are the members prepared to vote? Are there any further debate? Because they've called votes, and after this voice vote on Mr. McClintock's amendment, we'll recess to deal with the vote series and then reconvene immediately thereafter. If there's no further debate, the question is on McClintock Amendment number 72. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
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 In the opinion of the gentleman, has requested a recorded vote, and that is postponed pursuant to prior announcement. With that, we'll be in recess, and the staff will provide your offices with an update about timing. And so the committee is now in recess, subject to the call of the chair. Mr. Westerman, you're next. And, let me now turn to the ranking member. Mr. Westerman, you have an amendment number 7, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Several provisions in Titles 1 and 2 of this bill would place requirements on what would be the new sovereign nation of Puerto Rico. This amendment would strike these provisions as they would not be enforceable. There is no U.S. court that would or ever could enforce provisions in this bill that propose to dictate to a new nation how it should structure its new government. The U.S. Congress cannot demand that a foreign government hold a constitutional convention or dictate that they should have a constitution, let alone that would be included in it, or what would be included in it, or even require a new nation to join a joint transition committee. Those are decisions for the people of the new sovereign nation to make, not the United States Congress. If Puerto Rico voters choose independence, that is saying they do not want to be part of the U.S. federal system or have the U.S. Congress determining what they should be doing as a sovereign nation moving forward. The voters of Puerto Rico should understand that forging a new nation is not something that can be legislated from Congress. It's the work of the nation's people. These provisions have no enforceability and should be stricken from the bill. I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on Mr. Westerman's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Velasquez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment is trying to achieve is denying Puerto Rico's inalienable right to form its own constitutional government if the people were to choose independence as an option. The U.S. cannot deny this right to any country. We cannot call ourselves the beacon of democracy, while at the same time denying Puerto Rico's right to be an independent nation under international law. This amendment intends to set out for failure the option of independence, and I will never agree to that. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing no further debate, the question is on Mr. Westerman, amendment number 7. All those members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those members opposed to the amendment indicate by saying no.
No.
The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Mr. Westerman, having requested the recorded vote, that's postponed pursuant to prior announcement. Mr. Westerman, you have an amendment designated number 2, and again, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike provisions of the bill that require continued U.S. payments to the newly created foreign government of Puerto Rico if the voters choose either independence or free association. If the people of Puerto Rico vote for independence, that means they are rejecting access to the U.S. federal system, our laws, and our resources. Any foreign aid provided from the U.S. to Puerto Rico following its establishment as a sovereign nation is a question of international diplomacy to be negotiated between the governments of the U.S. and Puerto Rico and then approved by Congress. United States taxpayers should not be responsible for sustaining the benefits of U.S. programs to Puerto Rico if the people of Puerto Rico choose to separate themselves from the United States. I'll note that foreign aid is not just in the jurisdiction of this committee, which is essentially what these block grant payments would be. Any foreign aid to a new nation should be negotiated with the United States, recommended by the federal agencies charged with this task, such as the Department of State and the U.S. Agency for International Development, and considered by the congressional committees with the jurisdiction and expertise to effectively analyze the issue. If the people of Puerto Rico vote for sovereignty and free association, that is still a vote for separating from the United States. The United States has always negotiated compacts with nations in free association. The terms of those compacts for economic payments, common defense provisions, and travel and work authorizations have always resulted from a bilateral process between the United States and the freely associated state. We cannot bind the outcomes of international negotiations and agreements with a sovereign state before such agreements have been negotiated. And we certainly cannot bind a new foreign government through U.S. legislation. This is definitely putting the cart before the horse. I urge support of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady's recognized.
thank you. In the 1950s, low-income Puerto Rican women were used as guinea pigs to test the now widely used birth control pill. As Professor Gabriela Soto Laviaga from Harvard once said, because of its semi-colonial status with the US, the ability to test on these women's bodies seemed like these territories are an extension of us. And from 1956 to 1957, and from 1966 to 1968, Puerto Rico was home to the storage and testing of the Agent Orange. Military practices in the island of Vieques and Culebra that have destroyed part of the ecosystem. And what about Ponce massacre in 1937? I could go on and on throughout the decade, citing the abuse and neglect that the U.S. has inflicted upon the island. But let's focus on recent memory. In 2017, the failure and indifference of the federal government resulted in more than 5,000 Puerto Ricans dying in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria. Ensuring a transfer of block grants and other federal allocations under the independence and free association options is quite literally the bare minimum. If we want to get serious about righting the wrongs of colonial rule, we will openly be discussing reparations. What this bill aims to accomplish, or this amendment, is to give Puerto Ricans, if they choose independence or free association, the tools and timetable to transition to international sovereignty by standing on their own 2 feet. I strongly oppose this amendment, and I urge members to vote no. I yield back.
Is anyone else? Hearing no further debate on the question is now on the Westerman Amendment number 2. Again, all those members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those members opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has requested a recorded vote, postponed as per previous announcement. Representative Tiffany, you have an amendment designated number 10, sir, and you're recognized.
Okay, this is amendment number 10.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would remove the travel and work authorization provisions should Puerto Rico choose to implement either the status of independence or sovereignty in free association. From what I read in the bill, citizens of a new nation of Puerto Rico will be able to travel and work in the United States for either a set period of 25 years under the independence option or for the duration of the first Articles of Free Association under the Free Association Status option. That seems like special terms for a foreign nation that should go through a vetting process with the State Department and maybe the Department of Homeland Security. At the very least, this committee and other committees with jurisdiction over immigration and work authorizations should be given the option to understand the provisions and figure out what the implications would be. From where I sit, if the people of Puerto Rico want to be independent, then that means there is no special treatment and no special benefits from the U.S. federal system. That includes for travel and work authorizations. And if a new nation of Puerto Rico chooses to be a freely associated state, then travel and work authorizations would presumably be able to be negotiated through a bilateral process, as the other freely associated states have done. Any choice by the people of Puerto Rico for independence or sovereignty and free association should start them on the same playing field as a foreign nation, and then they get to negotiate with the United States. We should not be hampering possible future negotiations the United States may have to engage in with a possibly new foreign country, even with one that has a historical connection to the United States. The people of Puerto Rico should know that choosing to be their own sovereign nation means there are changes in how people can travel between the United States and Puerto Rico. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Any other member wish to be recognized on Mr. Tiffany's amendment number 10?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. The provision that Mr. Tiffany intends to strike was heavily negotiated in a bipartisan fashion, allowing Puerto Rico citizens to work and travel freely between Puerto Rico and the U.S. is an agreement that the United States already has in place with places like Palau, which, as this committee know, currently has a compact of free association with the United States. With this provision, we will not be reinventing the wheel, and as I have previously stated throughout this markup, this is one of the many provisions to right the wrongs that Puerto Rico has been subjected to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Amendment number 10. All those members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All those members opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 Opinion of the chair is the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a recorded vote?
Gentleman's requested a recorded vote, and that's postponed pursuant to the prior announcement made. Representative Tiffany, you have amendment number 9, and once again, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. This amendment would strike the citizenship transition period should the residents of Puerto Rico choose the free association option through the plebiscite authorized by this bill. From what I understand, this section creates an exception to the previous subsection that stops the extension of U.S. citizenship to children born in Puerto Rico to at least one parent who was made a U.S. citizen under Section 302 of the Immigration and Nationality Act after independence is declared. During a transition period that's only limit is the duration of the first articles of free association, U.S. citizenship is extended to some children born in a new nation of Puerto Rico, but only if they have two parents who are both U.S. citizens, as long as one of which has had the required residency in the United States under Section 301, subsection C of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Is that not already the case in our immigration law? And if this bill changes that, why does only this status option have a, quote, transition period? Why isn't there also a transition period in Title I? Perhaps the chair could explain this in the bill. I would like these questions answered. I think this further reinforces why this bill should have a hearing in this committee. And I'd like to see other committees with jurisdiction over immigration, tax policy, and entitlements, to name a few, to have input on this bill. As a member of the Judiciary Committee, I think it's critical for their analysis as well. It is a messy proposition for a United States territory where all persons are born U.S. citizens under Section 302 of the Immigration and Nationality Act to achieve independence and then figure out the mechanics of what happens with the granting of U.S. citizenship. We should know what the effect of these sections will be before we vote on this bill. From where I sit, if the people of Puerto Rico want to be independent, then that means there is no special treatment and no special benefits from the U.S. federal system. And Puerto Rico should not get a special transition time just because they may choose sovereignty and free association with the United States rather than just independence. All the other freely associated states went through bilateral negotiations with the United States to determine what economic benefits, defense provisions, and travel and work authorizations they would have. And none of them were granted the U.S. citizen status to their residents. We need to make sure that it isn't happening here without full vetting from the Committee of Jurisdiction. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone wish to Any further discussion on Ms. Tiffany's amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Velazquez.
Thank you. May I remind this committee and the gentleman, Mr. Tiffany, that in the Supreme Court case of Afroyim v. Rusk, a U.S. citizen cannot lose his or her citizenship unless they are willing to surrender it. So it means we cannot take it away. Puerto Rico currently has 3.5 million citizens who will retain their citizenship under the Articles of Free Association. More importantly, ensuring that citizenship rights can be transferable for the duration of the Articles of Free Association was an integral part of this negotiation. After 122 years of colonialism, the bare minimum the U.S. can do for Puerto Ricans is to ensure citizenship is guaranteed if Puerto Rico chooses to vote for free association. In that event, it will be the first time in history that the United States enters a relationship with a territory where all its inhabitants are currently U.S. citizens. I cannot support this amendment, and I ask the members of the committee to vote no. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Chairman, the option in here for independence is unprecedented. If it were to be chosen, it would be the first time in history where American citizens have voted to form a country that's not part of America anymore. And nobody, I don't think, Mr. Tiffany, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't think he said we're taking citizenship away from anybody. The way the language is written is it allows a transition period where people who are born in Puerto Rico become U.S. citizens, and they wouldn't even have to have U.S. Citizen parents for that to happen. So in the event, I support Mr. Tiffany's amendment because in the event that the U.S. citizens of Puerto Rico were to choose sovereignty and free association, this amendment would remove the provision contained in the bill that would provide a transition period. That's what we're talking about, the transition period for those born in the new nation of Puerto Rico under certain circumstances. The United States has laws that determine how citizenship is granted. Extending U.S. citizenship to those born in a sovereign foreign nation to non-U.S. citizens is, like I said, unprecedented. If free association is chosen, there should be no transition period that allows for U.S. citizenship to be extended to individuals born to non-U.S. citizens. This is consistent with the other freely associated states where U.S. citizenship is not granted to residents and benefits are negotiated through compact. The people of Puerto Rico should understand what choosing independence or sovereignty entails. That is separation from the U.S. federal systems and the related benefits. I support this amendment, and I would yield my remaining time to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
I want to thank the ranking member for the time. First of all, I'd like to associate myself with his remarks. And I would just also add the process question here. I sit on the Judiciary Committee. There needed to be a better vetting in regards to this bill, a more comprehensive vetting in regards to this issue to make sure that everything is sorted out. And I think that's part of the reason these questions are coming up here is once again, bill being pushed through that has not had that complete vetting, and that's unfortunate. And I yield back my time to the gentleman from Arkansas.
Yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Gentlemen, yield. Anyone else wish to have any comments on Ms. Tiffany's number 9?
Thank
Ms.
you,
Stansberry, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand this morning in strong opposition to this amendment and this entire debate about citizenship. It's clear the Puerto Rican people are citizens of the United States, and I've been actually shocked by much of the discussion this morning. As a New Mexican, I want to say unequivocally that I stand with Puerto Rico and the Puerto Rican people in their right for statehood, self-determination, and the ability to determine their own future, their economy, and their political status. Puerto Ricans have fought for our military and died. They pay their federal taxes but do not have the ability to have their voices heard. This is not democracy, and this is unjust. Our Congress, this committee, have a responsibility to act now to join the Puerto Rican people in supporting their efforts to choose their own future, and this bill will create the pathway to make that happen, and this amendment is, I believe, antagonistic to that effort. As a New Mexican, I stand in full support of this bill. Our own state faced the same struggle for over 60 years. After the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was signed between the United States and Mexico in 1848, New Mexicans sought statehood for over 6 decades. And the same debates that are being had in this committee this morning on citizenship, on language, on culture, on history, were heard in the U.S. House of Representatives for 60 years before New Mexico was granted the ability to become a United States state. So I am shocked to sit here today and hear this debate. Our people were left in limbo for generations, relegated to territorial status as their lands, their waters, and resources were open for development, and our communities were unable to have their voices heard. So I stand in strong support and strong solidarity. This bill is long overdue. I want to thank the chairman and congratulate Representative Velasquez and Soto and Resident Commissioner Gonzalez Colon for your incredible leadership, and congratulate you on coming together to create this bill. And I want the Puerto Rican people to know that as a New Mexican, I stand in solidarity with your fight and will be here till the end.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair.
Who seeks Sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I think that every one of these amendments goes to the simple fact that this piece of legislation was not vetted before it was brought before this committee for a markup today. And that is why so many of the members on our side of the aisle are bringing these amendments up, because there are all these outstanding questions and we don't have the answers to them, and we're not getting those answers today. Again, I hear a bunch of explanations about why we should ignore the process with which a state is considered or brought into the union, but I'm not hearing a lot of good, solid reasons why we should be ignoring those. With that, I would like to yield the balance of my time to my good friend from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's disappointing that the gentlelady from New Mexico left, because I was going to yield time to her for her to share with us what was the process that New Mexico went through. How many committees of jurisdiction reviewed this? What was that process? Because it sounds like it's the first I realized that New Mexico, it took 60 years. And perhaps you know that answer, and I would certainly yield time to you, Mr. Chairman, or anyone else on the committee if they know the answer to that, of what was the process in New Mexico? How many committees? Did Judiciary Committee hear this? Did various other committees review this through the process of creating the state of New Mexico? It is not easy to become a state of the United States of America. But it's also not impossible, and there has to be strong processes put in place. There are good people in Puerto Rico, but you have to go through the processes in order to be able to make that happen and be able to answer the questions. So anyhow, I'll yield back to the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you, Representative Tiffany. And again, Mr. Chair, while you do not like the word of just eliminating or forgiving the debt, I know a lot of the people in this room would like to call the restructuring of that debt something different. But when I look at the taxpayers across the United States, and more specifically the ones in Montana, when we start talking about absorbing in some form or fashion that debt, I just was directed to come up here and oppose that. So with those final words, I would yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, this is McCollum.
Ms. McCollum, you're recognized.
I just want to make one comment. After the hurricanes went through in Puerto Rico, I went down there with a delegation to do some oversight. We would never have allowed the devastation and the continued lack of support that Puerto Rico received. And I heard from constituents and saw it firsthand in any of our states. We wouldn't have allowed it. There's still repair work that needs to be done. This is a big factor into why Puerto Rico is still struggling to get right. We had hearings, we did all kinds of issues on restructuring the Puerto Rico debt and everything that was going on down there. And we didn't do it in a way that solved the problem. That's why Puerto Rico needs to be, having this opportunity to vote, having this opportunity to get out from underneath the United States Congress, not being supportive of Puerto Rico in the way that we should with our fellow citizens, and continuing Puerto Rico not to be able to be sufficient enough with what we should be doing in Puerto Rico with our fellow citizens so that they can get out from underneath this debt. So we've been talking about debt all day. We've been talking about second languages and everything all day. Mr. Chair, I won't speak again on this because we've heard all these arguments since this morning. And once again, I am fully informed and I'm prepared to vote, Mr. Chair. I hope we can be moving on. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else wish to be recognized on the amendment number 9? Not, I will ask all those members in favor of the amendment to indicate that by saying aye.
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 All those members opposed to the amendment, please indicate by saying no.
No.
No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, may we have a recorded vote on
Gentleman
Amendment
requests a
9?
recorded vote on his amendment, and it will be postponed as per prior announcement. Representative Heiss, you have an amendment designated 45, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I apologize for not being able to be there here in the afternoon in person. I've got multiple plates that we're spinning here. But listen, I want to reiterate what was just stated yet again, that we've spent a lot of time today talking about the process of this bill, but that's important because the process matters. It matters a great deal. We have had 0 hearings about this bill. And as Mr. Tiffany just brought up so eloquently, becoming a state of the United States should be and is a process. It's not something that happens when a bill is dropped on Friday and we're supposed to vote on it on Wednesday. That's not the process. This is the only committee that this bill has been assigned to at this point, and we have not even had a hearing on it. And there are just a great deal of concerns, and I'm sure you're aware of those at this point. But this bill does not even give an option for those in Puerto Rico who support remaining a territory. This bill does not have the support of the Speaker of the House of Puerto Rico. It does not have the support of the President of the Senate in Puerto Rico. And why we are coming here behind this with such a rush and with such vigor is a bit concerning to me. Regarding specifically the amendment, my first amendment here, it would require that the government of Puerto Rico does not accept any funds from China if Puerto Rico chooses independence or free association. The thinking here in the bottom line is just to try to make sure that the U.S. keeps China out of our sphere of influence at this particular time. I believe that's extremely critical to our nation's national security, and we need to do everything we can to ensure that Chinese influence does not gain greater traction. So this bill just basically would prevent China from paying off the debts of Puerto Rico and thereby getting a foot in the door. And I would urge my colleagues on both sides to support this amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
You have 2 minutes.
I did yield, but yes. if the chairman will allow.
Now, you have 2 minutes, sir.
I just have a
You yield?
question, an inquiry. Why just China and not adding Russia? That's all.
That's a good point. I would agree with you on that. This is something that I believe we need to debate and discuss. Certainly, China right now is having a huge movement globally, and that's why specifically I mentioned China, but I fully agree with you. Russia's involvement here likewise, I believe, needs to be considered and prevented. I would be happy to work with the gentlewoman to include Russia.
Any other member wish to address the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the amendment. The U.S. should not allow a territory to hastily vanquish its current status and assume autonomy only to see it venture from a U.S.-friendly territory to a sovereign that's financially beholden to an economic and military threat like China. And I would be more than glad to work with the amendment sponsor, Representative Heiss, and the other side of the aisle, Ms. Velasquez, to make sure that we do add Russia so that we can accomplish that. To be beholden to an economic and military threat is quite problematic. The U.S. must have assurances that this isn't going to take place. Furthermore, this will send a clear message to Latin America that the United States remains vigilant to the threat of China and communism. The recent election of leftist Gustavo Petro in Colombia adds another country to China's influence in Latin America. China has been investing heavily in Central and South America for years with offers on economic trade, infrastructure programs, and loans from its banks. And we do not need to see them spread their tentacles into other areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to be recognized? Hearing no further discussion in the amendment. The question is on the amendment, and all members in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All members opposed, please indicate by saying no.
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 Any of the chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman, request the yeas and nays, please, sir.
Recorded vote has been requested, and that is postponed pursuant to the prior announcement. Representative Heiss, you have Amendment 46 now, and you're recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Heiss, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Amendment number 46.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Second Amendment also deals with our national security and would require all of the United States national security assets to be maintained in Puerto Rico if it votes for independence. We have a number of bases in Puerto Rico. We have Fort Buchanan, Camp Santiago, an Army base. We have Fort Allen, an Army base, Coast Guard Air Station, Boricuan. We have Coast Guard Station San Juan, and any other assets that the Secretary of Defense or Homeland Security believes necessary. We just need to make sure that these remain U.S. Bases and that we maintain them. So this amendment would protect our military investments that we have in Puerto Rico. The bases in question offer important strategic advantages for our armed services. The Coast Guard bases are key for timely responses to incidents that happen throughout the area. And obviously, these bases provide strategic needs for the area and protection from others abroad. So it's important that we address our military assets in Puerto Rico. And I would encourage, again, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Anybody wish to be recognized? Let me recognize myself on this one. I oppose the amendment and urge a no vote. The underlying bill already protects U.S. national interests, including national security, through the commission, which will resolve these issues. If the voters of Puerto Rico choose independence, U.S. military assets such as equipment, would continue to belong to the United States. Now, to the extent that this amendment requires that the United States get to maintain military infrastructure or bases in an independent Puerto Rico, I believe that's inappropriate. It should be up to the nation of Puerto Rico whether they want to, if they chose to be independent, whether they want to let the U.S. continue operating military bases on their land, just like many of our allies do. This amendment is punitive. This requirement should not be preconditioned to Puerto Rico if their voters choose independence. And like I said, there's three options in front of the Puerto Rican voters, but this one effectively punishes one of those options by making a requirement that that cuts at the very heart of what independent and self-determination would mean if that was the choice. I urge my colleagues to vote no and reject Amendment 46. Anyone else want to enter into the discussion on this amendment? Hearing no further debate.
Mr. Chair, I will, if no one else is going to speak.
Recognized.
Thank you very much. I think this, again, goes directly to the heart of this entire conversation, and that is we're going to be put in a position where we could be forced to have negotiations with a country after they have voted for their own independence. And with your newly acquired legal experience that you were proclaiming earlier today, I would say that while I appreciate it, I don't know that I want to place our nation's security in jeopardy because of it. I mean, the Puerto Rico could literally vote, because it's one of the options, to claim their own independence, complete independence from the United States, and then we would be put in a position where we would have to start negotiating about the terms and conditions of bases and the ownership thereof, instead of addressing that right now. And that could be very, very problematic. I've negotiated many, many contracts over my years, and I can tell you, if the deal has already been struck prior to beginning those negotiations, it's problematic. That's like entering into a contract, signing it, and then going back to your legal counsel and asking them what they think about it. Legal counsel can no longer modify that contract once it has been signed, once it has been entered into, once all of the parties have executed it. And by signing off on this legislation without making a determination about how those properties and those possessions will be handled, then we very easily could be turning those over to an independent state. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman, yield back. Who seeks recognition?
This is Mr. Heiss.
Mr.
I would
Heisel,
yield to Mr.
you're-
Heiss if the
You
chair would
already
allow.
yield back,
If the-
sir. I'm
okay.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any further discussion on Amendment 46, Mr. Heiss's amendment? All members in support of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those members opposed to the Heiss amendment, please indicate by saying no.
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 The opinion of chairs, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
As per the yeas and nays, please.
Mr. Heiss would request a recorded vote, I'm assuming?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and that is postponed based on prior notice. Now we go to, which one? Representative Heiss, you have an amendment designated 47, and you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion today about paying back the debts, and that's what this amendment would do specifically. Look, we need to make sure that we are taking steps to ensure that we are fiscally responsible in this country, and that would include if we are bringing in another state into the union. It would be totally irresponsible to admit a state into the union with the current financial status that Puerto Rico has. And I just believe that before any action is taken in behalf of Puerto Rico, the government there needs to prove that it has solved these issues and dealt with the debt that they are carrying. No other state, in my research, no other state ever that became a state of this great country was in such poor financial condition before being admitted into this union. And look, I was there years ago when we were dealing with PROMESA as well. And there's no question in my mind that Puerto Rico has made some steps towards trying to become financially sound, but there are still many steps left to be taken. And the Commonwealth there, the government, quite frankly, has a long record of problems that have negatively impacted Puerto Ricans and their future successes. So, look, PROMESA, we got through 2016, but we've got to make sure that debts are dealt with and that Puerto Rico is financially sound. After 6 years now of PROMESA, still they have not completed the debt restructuring. It's still an incomplete process. There's a lot of work yet to be done in this regard, and I believe it is fiscally responsible, not only fiscally responsible, but our duty in protecting the entrusted taxpayer funds of this nation to make sure that Puerto Rico's debts are paid in full before statehood is ever allowed. And with that, I'll yield back.
Want to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman's recognized.
So, Mr. Chair, I was listened to with great interest to the debate today. And as an attorney who has worked on any number of complex litigation and complex commercial transactions, I view that which I'm looking at with a great deal of skepticism. This is not to understate the significant efforts taken by those who have testified in support of the bill. I appreciate the need to do something clear and final when it comes to Puerto Rico. I get it. But as a lawyer who has spent huge amounts of time on matters dramatically smaller than this one, I am astounded at the lack of clarity as to many of the issues that we see on the face of the bill and the literally hundreds of others that do not appear here. And some of them are being raised as, with Mr. Heiss's amendment number 47, a good amendment and one that certainly needs attention, not unlike the one we just finished discussing, a good amendment and one that needs attention. But in my law practice, we had checklists. I don't really have one for creating a state out of a territory, but I'm going to guess it's pages long. And I wonder what was used to put this particular document together. It is shocking to me that we would be looking at something so important and so incredibly challenging on such short notice. It is a slap in the face to the people of Puerto Rico, and I mean it. And I'm not a person of Puerto Rican descent. I have every inclination to try to help the folks there reach a solution. But when I hear constant references to reparations as a kind of a threat to make us support this bill, I ask, where do reparations appear? Are they addressed here? Or are they merely to be held out there as something that could be brought into play when the time serves, or something to justify that which is not already in the bill because, well, reparations. This is not to say that there's not things bad that happened. There are. But the question is, why aren't they addressed here, as opposed to merely vague references? If you're going to do this, you should be doing it right. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be doing it. Of course, this issue deserves attention, but it deserves the type and quality of attention that a transfer of 3 million people and an incredible history that goes with it. We've heard bits and pieces of it throughout the last several hours. So what I'm trying to say here is, as I've said about many other things since I joined this August group of Congress folks a year and some half ago, let's do it right. And I do not want to understate the work that you folks have already done. I appreciate it. But it reminds me of when people came into my law office with a document that they had put together, and I would say, this is a great start. But if we are serious about doing something that's going to stick, then it needs to be done with a great deal more attention, not just to the amendment that I initiated my remarks regarding, that I urge support of the amendment, and I yield my time to the extent there's any left back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone, is there any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I strongly oppose this amendment. This is proposing to impose Puerto Rico a burdensome hurdle that has not been required for any other territory. And it also delays the implementation of this legislation. Requiring the payment in full of all debt on the date of enactment before any action can be taken, not even a vote, is a condition that has never been imposed on any territory. Why Puerto Rico should be different to that? If the people of Puerto Rico choose statehood, the legislation already provides that all debts and obligations of the territory and any judgments and settlements to which the territory is part will become those of the new state. There's clearly that language in the bill. Puerto Rico is already paying the debt. In the plan of adjustment approved before the court early this year, bondholders and territory have settled already on a reduction of outstanding debt from $70 billion to $34 billion. And this includes general obligation debt, public building debt, retirement system bond, sales tax obligation, and water authority bonds. Power Authority and Highway Authority bonds are now in negotiation as we speak, and debt service has gone down from 25% of yearly revenues to 6% of yearly revenues as well. And for the second consecutive year, Puerto Rico has passed a fully balanced budget, and the government of Puerto Rico has enacted legislation that enables the plan of adjustment. Well, a few minutes ago, I think it was in the other amendment, some people were saying that this bill does not reflect the views of the Speaker of the House in Puerto Rico or the President of the Senate. Let's make some data clear for the people that are here in the committee room. Statehood, let's say, the Speaker of the House got in the last election 12,000 votes. The Speaker of the House in Puerto Rico was elected by 12,000 votes. The Senate President of Puerto Rico, and actually the Speaker of the House is the Biden campaign chair, just to let that know on the island. And the Senate President of Puerto Rico was elected by 71,000 votes. 71,000 people in Puerto Rico voted for the Senate President, and 12,000 people voted for the Speaker of the House. 427,000 people voted for the Governor of Puerto Rico, who is supporting this bill. 512,000 people voted for me. And I do represent the people of Puerto Rico in this Congress, and I've been elected twice now because of this same issue of status. But let's forget about the persons. Let's forget about the governor, the Speaker of the House, me. Statehood got 655,000 votes. And yet some people here want to say that 12,000 votes from the Speaker of the House are more important than the will and the direct vote of the people of the island. I assure you, nobody in your district is going to believe that a person who got less votes than you is going to have more power than you. Having said that, the territory's current obligations will continue to be those on the new state or new nation of Puerto Rico if we let the people choose. None will be charged to the U.S. taxpayer. All states have long-term debts, and actually 20 to 30-year bond outstanding even today. Many states have underfunded pensions. Many have subdivisions and municipalities that have gone into bankruptcy. Are we going to declare Detroit is no longer part of the U.S. because of that? Why demand that Puerto Rico be free and clear before we even getting in? Why treat Puerto Rico differently? And for years, I have heard some of my colleagues argue that in any discussion of the issue of Puerto Rico self-determination should be put on hold until the island's economic and fiscal crisis is resolved. At least, this is one of those amendments. And I think this amendment is completely wrong and misguided, and I will tell you why. Puerto Rico's major economic problems are rooted precisely on the long-standing unequal treatment that the island receives as a territory. And this should come as no surprise, as any political or economic model funded on the basis of perpetual civic disenfranchisement and equality is not sustainable. And again, we can talk about FMAP, how Puerto Rico is funded just 55%, when the rest of the states is 89%. And then we got half of the population living under the poverty level line. And I'm certain that no single one of my colleagues in this committee will accept a territorial status like Puerto Rico for their own constituents. And yet I'm here representing my people, looking to have a final solution on our status. I know nobody of you will change the status of Puerto Rico for your district. I know that by a fact. Then why not respecting the long history of 124 years under the U.S. flag of American citizens on the island that are not willing to accept such as a relationship either? I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Anyone else?
Just one comment, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. By the end of 2021, the Financial Oversight Board, established by PROMESA, had completed assisting Puerto Rico in restructuring $33 billion in debt down to $7 billion, serving as the largest municipal debt restructuring in the history of the United States. One more time. One more time. By the end of 2021, the Financial Oversight Board, established by PROMESA, had completed assisting Puerto Rico in restructuring. In my words, that's forgiving. I know that you don't like to say that, but it's forgiving. $33 billion in debt down to $7 billion, serving as the largest municipal debt restructuring in the history of the United States. I think this amendment is very necessary. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to revisit some comments that were made earlier. I think it was a gentlelady from Minnesota on the Zoom seemed to be in a bit of outrage about the way Puerto Rico has been treated, and specifically talked about how they were treated after the hurricane. And maybe I can give her an opportunity to clarify that. I wish Mr. Graves from Louisiana was here. But I did a little checking on the numbers, and according to FEMA, since 2017, Puerto Rico has received about $68 billion in relief aid. And I'm not saying they didn't need it. I'm just saying that's what they've received. I believe Mr. Graves' state of Louisiana has received about $12 billion. There's members from Florida here. You've had some hurricanes and disasters. I wonder if anybody has information on if how much better the states have been treated in that regard than Puerto Rico, and if anybody would like to clarify what they mean about the way we've treated Puerto Rico after a hurricane. I'll yield to the
Gentleman
gentleman.
yield. It has been demonstrated, especially throughout some of the research and investigations, that President Trump withheld money appropriated by this Congress to Puerto Rico, just because he didn't believe that Puerto Ricans deserve all that money. So because of that, people die. Those are the facts. It's not about the amount of money that was appropriated or allocated. It's about how the president, and I challenge the Secretary of HUD in one of the hearings, and the IG also concluded that money was withheld.
I believe we also
Thank you for yielding.
reclaiming my time. I believe we also in Congress changed the Medicaid laws to allow more Medicaid funding to flow to Puerto Rico without imposing the federal income tax. And I still find it hard to believe how you can say somebody has been treated unfairly when they've received way more funding than any state has received on disaster aid. I believe New York got $12 billion from Sandy. So I just take exception to the fact that Congress, that the federal government has played favors with states and that Puerto Rico has been mistreated with disaster funding when the amount of funding is way, way out of proportion to what's gone to Puerto Rico versus what's gone to states who have had similar disasters. I yield back.
Any other comments? You know, Mr. Westerman, I recognize myself. The Medicaid adjustment was about parity. It was about merely reaching a level where citizens of Puerto Rico were receiving a level of parity with every other state in the union. And so that was one. And the response to the disasters, and there were compiled disasters, there were, and the money that was done toward disaster relief, and the oversight that was provided here, I without a doubt, it was money needed. It was money late, but it was money needed. And so you're responding to a disaster. This is not a gift to the people of Puerto Rico. Oh, by the way, a hurricane destroyed almost everything that you know, but we're going to be charitable to you and help you out a little bit. This is a response that we make to American citizens and to territories and to states every time there is a natural disaster of which none of us have any control. And it was a response, it was needed. We all visited afterwards from this committee delegation, and there was every penny that was spent in Puerto Rico was deserved. If money was misused, it was a consequence of other kinds of corruption, but no. The money that I saw, the delays that I saw, and the effect that it had on the people there was tremendous. It was profound, and it's affected every recovery effort since then, including the economic one. So no, I don't think there's anything to compare to. You know, New York gets X amount, Louisiana gets that amount. Good. If they deserved more, they should have gotten more. But the fact, let's not make those comparisons, and let's not forget that this was a natural disaster over which Congress had no control other than to assure that the response happened. And I'm not going to relitigate what the previous administration did or did not do. That's history, it's fact. But I do think this amendment is not needed, and it creates a double standard for Puerto Rico that doesn't exist anywhere else.
Will the gentleman yield?
I was just going to yield to Mr. Please, of course.
Well, and I think you made my point, Mr. Chairman.
I certainly did not.
It wasn't our side that said that somebody was treated unfairly. It was your side of the dais that said Puerto Rico was treated unfairly, and we never said Puerto Rico didn't need that relief funding. Congress actually voted on the funds that went to all these disasters. But I think it's unfair to make the argument that they were treated unfairly as compared to states, when I think they were treated very generously, and Congress stepped up and met the needs with funding for the disasters that were there. I yield back.
Mr. Soto?
Thank you, Chairman, for the edification of the committee. A brief history on the economics of Puerto Rico. When Teddy Roosevelt was charging up San Juan Hill, Puerto Rico was mostly a small farm economy, where most people had land, they had their family farms, they were very resilient, and the peso was about at equal value to the dollar around 1898. And then they were conquered by our nation. 2 to 3 years later, after taxes were imposed on the island that didn't exist before the conquest by the United States, there was a huge consolidation. Hundreds, thousands of families lost their land to taxes they couldn't pay, and it was consolidated among corporations from the mainland. And it basically became a sugar plantation for U.S. interests. And for many, many years, people lived very poorly there because of that. Finally, there was the 936 exemption that was an act of Congress. And it all goes back to what Representative San Nicolas said, which is that with plenary power, the fingerprint of Congress is all over the history and rise and fall economically of Puerto Rico. So with the 936 exemption, that allowed American companies to pay just Puerto Rico corporate taxes in lieu of federal taxes. Again, a bill passed by the Congress. Huge amounts of manufacturing were brought to the island as a result of that. And Congress giveth, Congress taketh away. The 936 exemption was eventually pulled back. By then, Puerto Rico had over 3.5 million people, had been prosperous, had a broad corporate and manufacturing economy, and overnight, after that 936 exemption was taken away, half the manufacturing left for places like Ireland and other places. And so Congress, again, taketh away, and what are we left with? An island of 3.6 million people that has had half their manufacturing, half their jobs, higher-paying jobs disappear. I know, because that's why my family from Puerto Rico moved to Central Florida around 1996. And then from there, all these programs that they were funding for years collapsed, from SNAP, which they call NAP down there, to the Medicaid program they have down there, to the hospital systems. Mass exodus has happened. There was 3.6 million people there. There are now 3.2 million people. And so when we're talking about, and then the debt accumulated from there as a result of the 936 exemption being taken away, which was a patch in itself, the debt accumulated to try to maintain the same standard of living they had during that time period. But that's not what happened. Debt accumulated. Bad decisions by the Congress and by leaders on the island accumulated debt just to keep the same benefits and lifestyle that they had down there. And so instead of just addressing the debt through a bankruptcy, the Congress, again, with their plenary power, before I got here, decided to intervene once again with PROMESA and really squeeze the island. And so when we're talking about all these debts, note this just didn't come from nowhere. This is a result of many time periods, from taxes that crushed family farms to a 936 exemption that gave Puerto Rico an economic sugar high, to a collapse, and then people just trying to keep the same programs they had going after Congress took it away. A debt is accumulated. So the Congress has as much fingerprint over this as leaders on the island. So we all have to keep that in mind, and it goes back again to San Nicolas's point. Under the plenary power, we have an obligation to these territories. This committee specifically does. So I know a lot of you haven't had to dig too deep into it, but it's important to know that history as you're looking at that debt and you're looking at PROMESA and all these other things, the role that it's taken over the years. And all this gets back to the main point. It's a messy status for it to be a territory. This is the main problem, which is why we're here today. If they're a state, they'll be paying income taxes. They'll have 2 senators, 4 members of Congress. They'll get treated just like many other states. And by the way, this is a state that would have triple to double the number of constituents of many states that already exist. And if it went independent, it would no longer be our financial obligation. So if you really, really care about the long-term fiscal interests of the United States, this bill addresses them by getting rid of this plenary power quagmire that exists with it being a territory, and lets either Puerto Rico decide to break from the Union or to become a state and be fully participating both in its revenue and in its benefits. With that, I yield back.
Else wish to add to the amendment discussion, number 47? If not, let me ask my colleagues, all those members in favor of the amendment 47, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, indicate by saying no, please. No.
No. No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
As for the yeas and nays,
Gentleman requested a recorded vote, and that is postponed pursuant to previous notice. Here, Representative Heiss, you now have an amendment designated 48, and you're recognized, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment goes just a little bit, a step further from the one that we just had discussion on. The bill at hand does not clarify what would happen to the debt in Puerto Rico should they vote for independence. So this amendment would offer clarification to that issue. It would ensure that no matter how the people of Puerto Rico voted, that the debts to the United States would be repaid. This bill, as there have been so many comments today, this bill overall still needs a lot of work. I believe it needs to go back to the drawing board. Once again, I'm deeply concerned, as are many of my colleagues, with the lack of transparency in this process. The whole process is very frustrating. How in the world do we not even allow the people of Puerto Rico to vote to remain a territory? That is head scratching to me. I don't understand how we can come to this, but this amendment would bring clarification and require that regardless of the outcome of whatever vote Puerto Rico holds, the debts owed to the United States would be paid back. And I yield.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. Sir, recognized.
Mr. Chair, we cannot ignore the contracts that are in place now. We cannot ignore the debt that has been acquired right now. I was absolutely thrilled to just hear my colleague from across the aisle, Representative Soto, recognize that crushing taxes are bad for anyone's economy, and I hope as we move through the balance of this year that he will embrace that concept as his colleagues potentially try to bring some additional taxation to the United States.
Will the gentleman yield?
One moment. But the agreements that are in place now have not been properly acknowledged and recognized. And if this vote was to take place and Puerto Rico was to declare and claim their independence, there are still a lot of outstanding issues. And again, this has not gone through judiciary. It has not gone through the proper channels to make sure that they have been addressed. So I would support this amendment. And with that, I will yield to Mr. Soto.
I think I may speak in a bipartisan fashion for Mr. Webster and I. We believe in low taxes in the great state of Florida.
Amen. Thank you for that input. And with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Well, I happen to believe that some people that don't pay their fair taxes should be part of the crowd that does pay taxes, but that's another subject, I guess, for another committee.
Chairman, we're still a donor state every now and again to the federal government.
Is there any further debate on Mr. Heiss's amendment number 48?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Jennifer, just to
You
make.
recognized?
Yeah, just to make and add an important data here. Puerto Rico paid $4 billion in federal taxes last year, just to make that clear. And all the provisions included in the bill handles how taxation is going to be in all of the alternatives, including independence, including free association, and including statehood. All of those provisions included taxes because the Joint Committee on Taxation actually recommended some of those provisions when we were in the talks and negotiations of this bill. So I just wanted to add that. I think this amendment is kind of like the same one that was just considered by the committee. But I need to add to something that Mr. Grijalva and Mr. Soto just said about the inequalities on the island. When we see the bankruptcy on the island for the last years, it's not because Puerto Rico decided to go into bankruptcy. It was because in order to provide federal mandates like Medicare and Medicaid, Puerto Rico was underfunded by the federal government to attain and manage those provisions. We just are receiving 55% per dollar, 55% FMAP of Medicare and Medicaid, because for the case of the territories, we don't use the same formula as the states. So that means that the federal government and the federal agencies can actually choose and select what is the percentage of funding that they're going to provide to the U.S. citizens living on the island. So that means that...
Would the gentle lady yield? for just 1 second?
Go ahead.
It will be good to remind the members, again, the plenary powers of this Congress that gives and take away, because that was not always the case when it came to Medicare and Medicaid.
And reclaiming my time, what Congresswoman Velázquez is just saying is that, let me give you an example. Prior to Hurricane Irma and Maria, the FMAP for Puerto Rico was 55%. And I'm grateful during the House and the Senate, we approved to go to 100%, and even President Trump signed 100% FMAP for 2 years because of the situation on the island. But we went back again to 75 because of the COVID provisions. What that means is that tomorrow Congress can change that and go back to 55%. And what's the people of Puerto Rico is going to do when they don't have insurance for the low-income families that are living on the island? That not even that number is the same of low income that you use in Mississippi or use in Hawaii, because low income in Hawaii could be $30,000 to $40,000, but in case to qualify in Puerto Rico for those programs, it could be less than $15,000. Even teachers are included in this program when you go to Mississippi or Hawaii. The teachers in Puerto Rico cannot be even on Medicaid. What I'm saying by this is that in order to manage 10 of the 17 federal programs on the island, the government of Puerto Rico had a lot of debt and issue a lot of bonds to pay for those services. I'm not saying this is all. What I'm saying is our problems are deeply rooted in the lack of provisions for equal footing like the rest of the state in many federal programs.
Would the gentleman yield for just a moment?
Yeah, let me finish. To comply with federal mandates, and that's a reality, and that's the reason you see me here every time asking for a provision in energy and commerce, asking in Ways and Means to have provision for Puerto Rico, because in the case of states, it's automatically being approved. In the case of the territories, we need to have those amendments approved every 2 years. So imagine having a state like Puerto Rico with 3.2 million American citizens. I do the job of 4 members of the House for Puerto Rico. You just represent 750,000 of your constituents. I do represent 3.2 without the resources, without 2 senators, and then we try to impose the people of the island the responsibility of fulfill all federal programs without the money. And if we are not complying to do that, then we are incurring in debt. I agree with you in terms of the $33 billion and cutting to $7 billion. We know that we need to manage and continue to work in our debt, and I believe in low taxes as well. And I do believe in paying federal taxes as well. And that's the reason I urge everybody to see this bill as the only one provision actually allowing Puerto Rico to have all taxation laws like many other states, and I will yield to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank the gentleman. I would just like to say that there's no other state that has the provision that allows them to file bankruptcy. The states do not have that provision. So you already taken advantage. Puerto Rico is already taking advantage of a debt removal relief that no other state has the ability to. And every state does have the problems with Medicaid payments and the share that they have to make as far as a matching amount, and they have these same provisions. And so all you're doing is making an argument from my standpoint on why it's going to be a very large incentive for the government, the existing government for Puerto Rico, to push the population to vote to support statehood, because it's going to be a financial windfall to make sure that their debt is removed, that they get full Social Security benefits, and that it helps them more financially. So with that, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields. Anyone else wish to comment on 48? Mr. Heiss, amendment number 48? If not, all those members in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. All those members opposed indicate by saying no. No.
No.
And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is
Ask for the yeas and nays, please.
recorded vote has been asked for and postponed as per the instructions. Mr. Heiss, Representative, you are recognized for 5 minutes for amendment designated number 49.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have had a lot of discussion about debts and amendments in that regard. I'd like to change directions a little bit and talk about an important issue regarding extradition. If Puerto Rico votes for independence, I believe the U.S. must ensure that it keeps close legal ties with Puerto Rico. One part of that is the relationship, in that relationship is an extradition treaty. And look, this is, we don't need criminals hiding in a safe haven in Puerto Rico. We still need to have that relationship with Puerto Rico to extradite individuals who commit crimes here in the U.S. and vice versa. So this amendment addresses that issue, again, an issue that is not dealt with in the bill. This amendment would ensure that the U.S. and Puerto Rico remain close moving forward. And this is just one step in that direction. Again, I believe this amendment yet again illustrates the multiple issues that this bill does not address. I think we must slow down and deal with a multitude of issues that are neglected in this. And an extradition treaty, I believe, is one of those. And so I would ask my colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone, any further discussion on the amendment? There's no further discussion and no debate. The question is on the Heiss Amendment number 49. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 All those members opposed indicate by saying no. No.
No.
Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Representative Heiss, you now have amendment designated number 50. You recognize, sir, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This particular amendment here would basically say that any debts that are related to FEMA should be paid back. And I believe that's very, very important. We've heard a lot about the issues with the hurricane that came through with Hurricane Maria. I believe this is an important amendment, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's something that, look, it's the American taxpayer that's on the hook with this. We understand natural disasters, and we are a compassionate people in the United States. But I believe we need to be responsible as well, and I believe Puerto Rico needs to be responsible to pay this back. But given the discussions of the day, I am willing to withdraw this amendment at this time, but I do believe it's an important issue that needs further discussion in the future, but I will withdraw this amendment.
Gentleman withdraws. So ordered. If there's no further comment on this one, we'll move on to the next one. That is it for amendments. We have a series of roll votes. Mr. Westerman, I'm going to call about so that your staffs and our staffs can collectively and notify all the members that we're going to begin the roll votes in the final passage and make sure that everybody that can and should be here is here. And I don't want anybody saying that they weren't notified that we had started our roll in our votes. So if you don't, with your indulgence, we are in recess, subject to the call, which should be in about 10 minutes. And I apologize for that, but last time I got complaints from both sides that they were not notified, and I thought we did, but now we're going to make sure. So thank you. The committee comes to order. We now return to the previously requested recorded votes. As a reminder, under House regulations, members who are joining us remotely must be visible in order to vote. There will be no exceptions for technical issues if voting remotely. Members attending virtually should also answer the clerk by saying their name first and then your vote. This allows the Cabinet enough time to switch to you, and it allows us to help reduce confusion and to actually expedite the votes that are needed to finish up this particular piece of legislation. Everybody's cooperation is more than welcome, and let's see how it goes. The item is H.R. 8393, and the question is on the unfinished business, the amendment to the ANS. The amendment designated McClintock number 70. A recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will read the names of, the clerk shall now call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Aye. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
No. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Leger-Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher? Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Velasquez?
Velasquez votes no.
Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no. DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, yes.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Nope.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Mr. Soto?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto?
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
Gilbert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case? Ms. Conway?
Ms. Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
No.
Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib? Mr. Han?
votes no.
Mr.
Talib votes no.
Mr. Lee votes no. Mr. Han?
Mr. Han votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Are there,
Mr. Chairman.
are there any members not recorded? Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, Ms.
Chairman,
Brownlee
Mrs.
votes no.
Let's do that. How is Ms. Brownlee recorded?
Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Mr. Chair, this is Representative Porter. How am I recorded?
Ms. Porter is not recorded.
Ms. Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no.
How is Mr. Heiss reported?
How's Mr. Heiss report?
Mr. Heiss is recorded as a yes.
Mr. Chairman, Fulcher is aye.
Mr. Volter votes aye.
Thank you.
Is Representative Harrell recorded?
Recorded as a yes.
Ms. Harrell is recorded as a yes. I did not have a visual.
Gomer votes
So Ms.
aye.
Harrell votes aye.
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Any members wish to change their vote or record the vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 15 and the nays are 27.
The amendment fails. We move to amendment designated McClintock number 71, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
Sablan votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? No. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? No. Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Mr. Moore, no. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes yes.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case? Ms. Conway?
Ms. Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Mr. Chair, how's Mr. Neguse recorded?
Mr. Neguse?
Mr. Neguse is not recorded.
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco, Mr. Taco from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Hand?
Mr. Hand votes no.
Mr. Hand votes no.
Gomer votes aye. Any member wish to record their vote? How was Mr.
Gomer
Gomer?
votes aye.
How was Mr. Gomer recorded?
Mr. Gomer is not recorded.
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Any other member? How is Mrs. Bober recorded?
Mrs. Boebert is not recorded.
If there's no one else that wishes to record their vote or vote, vote is closed. The clerk shall report. What did I ask about?
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 28.
The amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Westerman number 12, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Aye. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal
votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Aye, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber?
Yes.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore votes aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case? Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Members do not wish to be recorded or change their vote?
Votes aye.
Who seeks recognition?
Mrs. Boebert? Mrs. Boebert votes aye.
Yes.
Any other member? If not, the vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
Amendment fails, and we move to McClintock amendment number 75. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
Napolitano, no.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
No.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Woodman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes. Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Aye, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? No. Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Velazquez? Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
Get votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl?
Yes.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell?
Ms. Harrell votes aye.
Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Gilbert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case? Ms. Conway?
Aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Gotta get my. Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Cohen votes no. No.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
Thank you.
Any members not recorded wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 26.
Amendment fails. Now we go to amendment number 4, Boebert amendment. The clerk should call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Sablan?
Votes no.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Woodman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Woodman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes aye.
Mr. Lowenthal
No,
votes...
Lowenthal votes no. Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gay?
Hello?
Mr. Graves?
Does Mr. Graves recorded?
Mr. Graves is not recorded. Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Ms. Vasquez? Ms. Vasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Bobert?
Gilbert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Mr. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Case? Ms. Conway?
No.
Mr. Case?
Conway votes aye.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No. No. No.
Okay, Mr. Cohen votes no. We did not have a visual, sorry.
An emphatic no.
Mr. Tonko?
A kind and gentle no from Tonka.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Tlaib?
No, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member not
Graves
voting,
is
which
yes.
record their vote or change their vote?
Graves is yes.
Mr. Chair, Stauber votes yes.
Stauber votes yes.
Okay, Mr. Stauber votes aye. Mr. Graves votes
Mr. Chair,
aye.
how did Sablon vote?
How's Mr. Sablan recorded?
Mr. Sublime is recorded as a no.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, how is Tiffany recorded?
Who?
How am I recorded?
Costa votes.
How is,
Mr. Tiffany is not recorded.
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn is not recorded. Mr. Lamborn votes aye.
anyone else? Any other member wish to record their vote? If not, clerk will close the vote and report. Thank you.
Getting too old for this.
It's getting late.
Almost there.
I know, brother.
They were going to have it. They told us they were going to be originally fully in person, and they switched it back to hybrid.
Mr. Chair, on this
My
vote?
guess,
If whoever,
probably.
I hate to break up the
Other members
conversation, but we're
probably
trying to
have their-
report a vote here. My colleagues wouldn't mind muting themselves. Not permanently, just for now. If the clerk will report, please.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 25.
Amendment fails, and we move to Mr. McClintock, amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
Number 74.
Mr. Chairman?
The clerk will call the roll. Who seeks recognition?
This is Mr. Heiss.
We've already recorded that vote.
I think maybe there's 27.
McClintock.
Mr. Chairman, I have
Clerk
another
will
issue
call
I
the
want to
roll
bring
on
up, Mr. Chairman.
McClintock, number 74, while we figure out the question.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No,
Mr. Sablon
no.
votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mrs.
No.
Radwagen? Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radwagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes no? Yay. Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez Colon?
Webster votes nay.
Mr. Webster votes nay. Sorry.
Gonzalez Colon votes no.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes no. Ms. Leger Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? No. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Yes. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore, no.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
Sir Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no.
Any members wish to change their vote or record their vote?
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 14 and the nays are 30.
Amendment fails, and we move to,
Mr. Chairman, this is Mr. Heiss requesting to be recognized, please.
we're moving on to another vote, Mr. Heiss, if,
Yes, sir, I have a privileged motion.
please, the
Mr.
gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just moved to reconsider Heiss Amendment number 49. I'd intended to request a recorded vote on that. Had technical problems on this end. We have made official requests to the clerk, and I would just ask your permission for us to have a vote on Amendment 49.
Mr. Chairman,
we
I
didn't-
second the motion.
Yeah, but what's recorded is the amendment failed on voice, Mr. Heiss, because there was no request. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking, Mr. Chairman. This is a privileged motion to reconsider that because I was trying and was unable to do so. So I just ask your permission for this to be added to our votes, and if not, I would ask for that to be reconsidered, please.
Wait,
So we,
I'm gonna,
and it's on top 74. We're on McClintock.
Well, I don't think it's
72.
going to slow us down particularly, but the motion, that decision was already made, sir, and I'm going to move on to amendment number 72, which is Mr. McClintock and
Mr. Chairman, this is a privileged motion. It can't just be,
there's what? I can't hear you with the mask. There's no such motion. At this point, there's
this
no
is a
such
motion to
sir.
reconsider. This is a motion to reconsider.
There's no such
And
motion,
either
Mr.
we
Heiss, and we're
accept
moving to
or I'm calling
McClintock
for a recorded
72.
vote.
The clerk will call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan?
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Heiss is a yes, but Mr. Chairman, I have a privileged motion. We cannot go on for additional business until that privileged motion is resolved.
Regular order.
We're going to finish this particular vote, and the clerk will continue, please.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mrs. Radwagen?
Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
It votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
Keachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Lee votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
For hand votes no. Sorry.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members
Madam Clerk,
haven't recorded their vote or wish to change
Boebert
their
votes
vote?
aye.
Ms. Boebert votes aye.
Gomert votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded? If not,
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Graves, Louisiana?
Mr. Graves is not recorded.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Costa votes no.
Mr.
Thank you.
Costa votes no.
the vote is closed. The clerk should report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 27.
Amendment fails, and we move to Mr. McClintock, amendment number 72. Westerman, number 7, and the clerk should call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No?
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Aye. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert?
Aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
Saban votes no.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mrs. Radewagen?
No. Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Leger-Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
No.
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Yes. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia is a no.
Mr. Garcia is a no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any members not recorded who wish to be recorded or change their vote?
Ms. Boebert?
Votes aye.
Ms. Boebert votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
How's the gentleman recorded?
Mr. Graves is not recorded.
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes aye.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 19 and the yeas are 19 and the nays are 26.
The amendment fails. Now we move to amendment designated Westerman number 2, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter.
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Leger-Fernandez votes no.
Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber.
Stauber votes aye.
Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl.
Aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore.
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Bobert. Mr. San Nicolas.
Bobert votes aye.
Mrs. Bobert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
So Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia's a no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway.
Ms. Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
No.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Member not recorded, wish to do so or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on
Mr.
this,
Chairman? Graves, Louisiana, yes.
Mr. Graves is recorded as,
Mr. Graves is reported as votes aye.
okay. Vote is closed again, and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 26.
Amendment fails, and we move to Tiffany Amendment number 10. Clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Aye. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Costa.
So votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Aye. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse.
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter.
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Leger-Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore.
Moore, aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert. Mr. San Nicolas.
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway.
Conway, aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
I do not have a visual, sir.
Yeah, I think this video just doesn't like me. I keep, it's supposed to be on. Stop my video. I don't want to push stop my video, so that means my video must be on.
Mr. Cohen votes no.
You look great.
Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han.
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any members wish to record their vote not recorded or change their vote? And no,
How is Napolitano recorded?
how is Ms. Napolitano recorded?
Ms. Napolitano is not recorded.
No.
Ms. Napolitano votes no.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 26.
Amendment fails. Amendment now designated Tiffany number 9, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva.
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman. Aye. Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano.
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert. Mr. Costa.
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablan.
No.
Mr. Sablan votes no. Mr. Whitman.
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman.
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal.
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Heiss.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mrs. Radewagen.
No. Neguse votes no.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Levin.
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter.
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry. Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl. Aye. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee.
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore.
More aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto. Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas.
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Bentz votes aye. Mr. Case.
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway.
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen.
No.
Mr. Cohen, I don't have a visual.
How do we do that?
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any member wish to change their vote or record their vote? If not, vote is closed, and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 26.
Amendment fails. We go to Mr. Heiss, amendment number 5. Mr. Heiss, before we get into a parliamentary debate and which rules rule, and this piece of legislation is pretty important to everyone. And I don't want to bog it down in a discussion. Benefit of the doubt is extended in the courtesy. It's not a precedent or a practice, but I believe you when you said your inability technically to get on is correct, and by unanimous consent, if there's no objection, we will consider Heist number 49 after obviously number 48.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Quite welcome, sir, but let me restate, it's a courtesy to a colleague, but not a precedent or a practice, because once the vote is closed, it's closed, and your motion to reconsider was out of order. We could have voted on that as well, but that just takes us into another time zone, and I don't want to do that, and neither do any of the members. With that, Mr. Heiss, you now have amendment number 45. It's up for vote. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr.
Good
Grijalva?
call, Chairman, good call.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman? Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lambourne? Mr. Lambourne votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego? Mr. Heiss?
Gallego votes no.
Yes.
Mr. Heiss votes no.
Yes.
Yes, excuse me. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radawagon? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Mrs. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez?
Ledger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Mrs. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko? Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Be recorded or change their vote? Hearing none.
Gomer votes aye.
Mr. Gomert votes aye.
Mr. Gomer votes
Thank you.
aye. Any other member? How's Mr. Tonka recorded?
Mr. Tonko is not recorded.
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no.
The vote is closed. The clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 26.
Always check it. How did I miss that?
Amendment fails. We move to Heiss, number 46. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
Costa votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego?
Votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Neguse? Mrs. Radwagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Ledger-Fernandez? Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Neguse votes no as well.
Ms. Brownlee votes no, and Mr. Neguse votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Ms. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Moore, aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
St. Nicholas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye, excuse me. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Vance? Mr. Vance votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
McCollum votes no.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, I don't have a visual.
Yeah, I hit something that was wrong. Are we okay now?
There we go.
Sending
Thank you,
your
sir.
video.
Mr.
No,
Cohen
thank
votes
you.
no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Trahan votes no.
Leger Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Ledger Fernandez votes no.
Anyone else wish to record their vote or change their vote? If not, the vote is closed. and the
Gomer
clerk shall-
votes aye.
Except for Mr.
Sorry.
Gomer under the, who just squeezed under the line. How is Mr. Gomer recorded?
Mr. Gometer is recorded as an aye.
I will repeat, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 27.
Amendment fails. We now have Heiss Amendment number 47, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomer?
Aye.
Mr. Gomer votes aye. Mr. Costa?
Votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
Huffman's no.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves?
Graves, yes.
Mr. Graves votes yes. Mr. Gallego?
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radwagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes yea. Ms. Porter?
Porter, no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
No.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velasquez? Ms. Velasquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Cohen votes no.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member not recorded and wishes to be recorded? Hearing none, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 28.
Amendment fails, and we move to amendment designated Heiss number 48. The clerk shall call the roll, please.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Ms. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
Mr. votes no.
Mr. Costa votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego?
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Neguse?
No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radwagen? Mr. Levin?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Jeff Hernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry?
Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Ms. Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert? Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum?
No.
Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Mr. Han?
Trahan votes no.
Mr. Han votes no.
Any member wish to be recorded or change their vote?
Mr. Chairman, Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 17 and the nays are 27.
The amendment fails, and we move to Heiss Amendment Number 49, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
No.
Mr. Grijalva votes no. Mr. Westerman?
Aye.
Mr. Westerman votes aye. Mrs. Napolitano?
No.
Mrs. Napolitano votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa? Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Sablon?
No.
Mr. Sablon votes no. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes aye.
Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Huffman?
No.
Mr. Huffman votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes no.
Mr. Lowenthal votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss votes yes.
Mr. Heiss votes yes. Mr. Neguse?
Who's that? No.
Mr. Neguse votes no. Mrs. Radawagon? Mr. Levin?
Phoenix?
No.
Mr. Levin votes no. Mr. Webster? Mr. Webster votes aye. Ms. Porter?
Porter votes no.
Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Gonzalez-Colon? Ms. Gonzalez-Colon votes no. Ms. Leger-Fernandez?
Leisure Fernandez votes no.
Ms. Leger-Fernandez votes no. Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher's aye.
Mr. Fulcher votes aye. Ms. Stansberry? Ms. Stansberry votes no. Mr. Stauber? Mr. Stauber votes aye. Ms. Velazquez? Ms. Velazquez votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Ms. DeGette?
DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Brownlee?
Brownlee votes no.
Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Rosendale?
Rosendale, aye.
Mr. Rosendale votes aye. Mrs. Dingle? Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Moore?
Aye.
Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. McEachin?
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Harrell? Ms. Harrell votes aye. Mr. Soto? Mr. Soto votes no. Mrs. Boebert?
Boebert votes aye.
Mrs. Boebert votes aye. Mr. San Nicolas?
San Nicolas votes no.
Mr. San Nicolas votes no. Mr. Obernolte? Mr. Obernolte votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Benz?
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes aye. Mr. Case?
No.
Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Conway?
Conway votes aye.
Ms. Conway votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Tonko?
Taco votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Talib?
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Any member wish to be recorded or change their vote?
Mr. votes no.
Mr. Graves votes
Costa votes
yes.
no.
And Mr. Costa votes no.
Anyone else? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 18 and the nays are 27.
Amendment fails. And now, the question is now on the Grijalva ANS to HR 8393. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ANS is agreed to. Now, now we have a recorded, the final passage. The question is on adopting HR 8393 as amended and ordering it favorably reported to the House.
Chairman,
A recorded vote will be requested, so we will skip that voice vote and go directly to the recorded vote, and the clerk will call the, sir.
I just want to speak for a minute. I'm not for adding another state. It doesn't matter who they are or what they are. And the reason is because when the 13 colonies came in, the difference between the largest and the smallest was was in the hundreds of thousands of votes or people. And then we began to grow and add states. And when we did, the disparity of all the states that have 2 senators became greater. And now it's so great that it really doesn't even matter. And it's sad that that is. So if you take the top states, top 4 states, California, Texas, Florida,
Sir,
and
the period for debate kind of expired on this piece of legislation early on. If you would close, I was extending a courtesy, but, we've got the final passage and that roll call vote, and I'm impressed by my colleagues, as I should be, that they have other commitments beyond this room starting at 6 o'clock. So with all due respect, sir,
I'll be done in 45 seconds.
I appreciate it.
So California, Texas, and Florida, and New York are the top 4 states. Their total population is over 110 million people. The bottom 4, their total population is under 3 million. And so the disparity between someone who has a senator in one of the larger states and the one that has one in the small is huge. And that doesn't change. You get 2, and if we add this state, we'll get 2 more, and it'll dilute the people in Florida or California or Texas and so forth, and are going to dilute them down. And so to me, that's like 400 times the amount of people that they have to service and represent as opposed to somebody in a smaller state. So for that, I don't care where the state is, I just don't think it's right. The disparity is getting bigger and bigger, and they're not represented, and it's sad. And that's probably why people who talk about how bad the 60 vote rule is, that helps actually bridge the gap and make it closer by just saying you got to get 60. So anyway, there's my deal.
Thank you very much. The question is on adopting HR 8393 as amended, ordered in favor, reported to the House. Recorded vote will be requested, so we'll just skip to that, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Grijalva?
Yes.
Mr. Grijalva votes yes. Mr. Westerman? No. Mr. Westerman votes no. Mrs. Napolitano?
Yes.
Mrs. Napolitano votes yes. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Costa?
Still votes yes.
Mr. Costa votes yes. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Sablon?
Yes.
Mr. Sablon votes yes. Mr. Whitman?
Whitman votes no.
Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Huffman?
Yes.
Mr. Huffman votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Lowenthal?
Lowenthal votes yes.
Mr. Lowenthal votes yes. Mr. Graves? No. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Gallego?
An emphatic yes.
Mr. Gallego votes yes. Mr. Heiss?
Heiss, no.
Mr. Heiss votes no. Mr. Neguse.
Yes.
Mr. Neguse votes yes. Mrs. Radewagen. Mr. Levin.
Yes.
Mr. Levin votes yes. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster votes no. Ms. Porter.
Porter votes yes.
Ms. Porter votes yes. Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
González Colón voto sí, yes.
Ms. Gonzalez Colon votes yes. Ms. Leger Fernandez.
Claro que sí. Ledger Fernandez votes yes.
Ms. Leger Fernandez votes yes. Mr. Fulcher.
Fulcher's no.
Mr. Fulcher votes no. Ms. Stansbury.
Another emphatic yes.
Ms. Stansbury votes yes. Mr. Stauber. Mr. Stauber votes no. Ms. Velasquez. Ms. Velasquez votes yes. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes yes.
Ms. DeGette votes yes. Mr. Carl. No. Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Brownlee.
He votes yes.
Ms. Brownlee votes yes. Mr. Rosendale.
Rosendale, no.
Mr. Rosendale votes no. Mrs. Dingle. Mrs. Dingle votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes yes.
Mr. McEachin votes yes. Ms. Harrell. Ms. Harrell votes no. Mr. Soto.
After 120 plus years, yes.
Mr. Soto votes yes. Mrs. Boebert.
Boebert votes no.
Mrs. Boebert votes no. Mr. San Nicolas.
Guam votes yes.
Mr. San Nicolas votes yes. Mr. Obernolte. Mr. Obernolte votes no. Mr. Garcia.
Garcia votes no.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Benz. Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Case.
Yes.
Mr. Case votes yes. Ms. Conway.
No.
Ms. Conway votes no. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes yes. Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Cohen votes yes. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes yes.
Mr. Tonko votes yes. Ms. Talib.
Talib votes no.
Ms. Talib votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Tran votes yes.
Ms. Trahan votes yes.
Member not recorded wish to be recorded. Any member wish to change their votes? If not, the vote is closed and the clerk shall report.
Mr. Chair, on this vote, the yeas are 25 and the nays are 20.
The bill as adopted, the bill as amended, the bill is adopted as amended and ordered favorably reported to the House, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Mr. Westerman, you have a motion regarding views.
Mr. Chairman, under Committee Rule 5C, I give notice of my intention to file additional or dissenting views on the bill just considered and all bills considered during this markup, and I ask unanimous consent that this notice be extended to all members.
Thank you very much. And before I want to thank all the members of the entire committee, and I also want to thank respective staffs that participated in a very difficult and delicate process. This is a consensus compromise, and to try to having been here and not necessarily in this chairmanship, but been on this committee so long, when this subject of Puerto Rico comes up time and time again, in the past, it always seemed to be destined for failure because we made it something versus something else. And all the significant options for non-colonial status are in this legislation. And they're not new. They've been talked about for a decade intensely, and for the last 3 or 4 years, even more intensely. And so I think we've taken a significant step, and I want to congratulate the participants in that very delicate consensus compromise process. It required a great deal of political risk and political courage at the same time, and I want to extend to all of you my appreciation and my hope that as we move this legislation forward, that the intent of this gets better and better known. It is about establishing a relationship for the people of Puerto Rico that allows them to decide their identity. And I think that's important. I think it's critical. this last vestige of colonialism, it needs to be ripped from us, and this Band-Aid hurts sometimes, but this is the process. I also want to say one thing. The people of Puerto Rico, I learned a lot on the visits and the discussions. The people of Puerto Rico are honorable, hardworking, smart people. And what they taught me was that this decision is a difficult one for them. And in the past, if there was cynicism and lack of participation in plebiscites, because they never felt empowered, that after they were done, others were going to do whatever they wanted, regardless. Yes, this is binding, and it should be that way, because that is our empowerment to the voters of Puerto Rico, telling them the decision you make is yours, and the decision you make, we all live with. So thanks to all of you. I appreciate it. And those that are not happy with this piece of legislation, I appreciated generally your civility and your willingness to help us move this along. We intend to print this markup, so I would encourage members to submit their written statements as soon as possible so they're part of the record. And I would venture to say, coming from this committee, a historic part of the record, regardless of your opinion. And I appreciate that. I would appreciate those. Thank you very much for indulging me. And let me say, with the cooperation of the ranking member and other members of the committee, it appears we have worked out an agreement on 4 bills scheduled for markup today. Before we begin, I take a horrible risk in saying, does any member seek time to speak on any of the bills in this unanimous consent package? Taking that risk? Thank you. As we've done before, I'll make a single UC motion to discharge the agreed upon bills. I ask unanimous consent that the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands be discharged from further consideration of HR 6353, the Service Animals Memorial, HR 6799, the Parker House Study, HR 6438, the Deerfield Study, and HR 7618, the Holocaust Memorial in Ohio, without objection, so ordered. I now ask that unanimous consent the following bill be adopted and ordered favorably reported as described to the House of Representatives. HR 6353, Service Animal Memorial, HR 6799, the Parker House Study, HR 6438, the Deerfield Study, and HR 7618, the Holocaust Memorial in Ohio. Without objection, so ordered. Without objection, the motion to reconsider are laid on the table. And with that, all members have 2 days in which to add supplemental and minority or dissenting views. I ask unanimous consent that that the staff be allowed to make necessary and technical conforming changes to the bill ordered reported today, subject to the approval of the minority. I ask unanimous consent that for any bill ordered reported today, that with amendments that the bill be considered reported with an amendment to strike all after the enacting clause and insert the text of the bill with its perfecting amendments adopted in committee. Without objection, so ordered, and thank you very much. And I thank Ranking Member Westerman and other members of the committee. And with no further discussion or business, the committee is now adjourned. Thank you very much.